we'll call for our Louisiana Wildlife and Fishery Commission meeting. Call to order. It's August the 3rd. I think it's 9:35 right now. So we're gonna start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Joe, you want to lead us with that, please?
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Miss Susan, roll call, please. Here.
Dick Queer, Andy Brister.
Here.
Joe McPherson.
Here.
Gene Reynolds, Kevin Sagrera, Allison Sari.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, there are 7 commissioners in attendance and we have a quorum. Under Secretary McClinton is present for Secretary Shadowin.
Righty. Thank you. Next, we need an adoption of the July 6, 2023 commission meeting minutes.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Approval of the agenda. Okay, we need a motion for this.
So moved.
We got motion and second. All in favor, state aye. Aye. Okay, motion passes. Next is the adoption of the July 6 commission meeting minutes. Got a motion and a second. All in favor, state aye. All right, motion passes. Next, commission special announcements. You got one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman and members, I had the opportunity to attend the Delta Waterfowl Annual Conference in Little Rock this past weekend. And it was very well attended. And one of the things that they mentioned, and I don't think I'm out of line to say this, but they're going to be holding their convention in Baton Rouge next year. So it'll be great for our capital city to have their conference here. But what was of interest, and we were all invited to come up there, and I think I was the only one that was able to make it on such short notice. But the commissions from Arkansas, Mississippi, and Louisiana had a little informal roundtable. Arkansas, their entire commission was there. Mississippi had 3 commissioners, and I was the attendee from Louisiana, so at least we were represented. But it's something that they want to start doing on a annual or even semi-annual basis, and it was a much better round table than what I would have expected. They have a lot of the similar issues. They had the Mississippi flyway for ducks. They had feral hogs. They had CWD that was discussed, and several other things that are of common concern between the 3 states with our common borders. So I won't be around probably for that next meeting, but I would encourage those of you who will be to try to participate in that round table of those other states. And one of the things with the feral hogs, I brought up the fact that LSU has their toxicant. And of course, they've got the permit process to go through and the problems they've had with the $500,000 licensing fee and the tremendous timetable. And I was very pleased the interest that I saw from the other commissions in that, because they're faced with the same emergency that we're under with feral hogs, and they want to help with their congressional delegations and trying to get some relief. And so the department's working on trying to get our staff, Dr. LaCour probably, and the professor from LSU to go and attend their commission meetings and get them on board to support that, which will have an economic boom, I would assume, for the state, but most importantly, move forward to address the feral hog problem in the state. But I wanted to give you all that report and encourage y'all that if you see that invitation come out in the future, that you try to participate and become a member of that tri-state meeting process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was last weekend, and I think Baton Rouge will be July. And I don't know that now that these commission meetings will be around that, they may do it independently. It just happened to fall at this conference this year.
You don't have anything to say, in the special announcements? I'm just asking.
No, sir, I don't, unless you need to cue me up something that
No,
I'm forgetting.
no,
I
no.
apologize.
No, I know Robert is not here today and Robert's meeting with
Yeah.
the governor right now.
Yeah,
So,
and
and
when- I
Brian's sitting in for Robert,
Yeah.
this morning. So we may see Robert later on. So, all right, moving on. We got Major Skinner's gonna give us the enforcement report.
And is a joint program involving wildlife and fisheries, the National Association of State Boating Law Administrators, and the United States Coast Guard. DWI were made in Calcasieu, Caldwell, Claiborne, Jefferson, Livingston, Point Capee, Rapides, Sabine, St. Martin, and Vermilion parishes. In Louisiana, DWI on the water carries the same penalties and fines as on the road and includes jail time, fines, and loss of driving and boat operating privileges. Anyone cited for a DWI on the water or on the road could lose his or her driver's license and boating privileges for the specified time ordered by the judge in the case. Also, each offense of operating a vehicle or vessel while intoxicated counts towards the total number of DWI crimes, whether they happened on the water or on the road. Enforcement agents cited 2 men in Plaquemine Parish for taking commercial fish without a commercial fishing license. The vessel captain was also cited for fishing while under license revocation. Agents were on patrol in Breton Sound when they stopped the shrimping vessel for a compliance check and discovered the violations. Agents seized 3,270 pounds of shrimp and sold them to the highest bidder. Enforcement agents concluded an investigation into a Menhaden fishing complaint in Terrebonne Parish near Last Island. The Menhaden vessel captain was cited for illegally fishing inside the buffer zone. Enforcement aerial surveillance observed the mothership Kittiwake fishing 1/10 of a mile from the inside-outside line, well, inside of the quarter-mile buffer zone. The net tending boat was observed making a set even further north into the closed area. Investigating agents determined that 86,660 pounds of Menhaden was in the set illegally harvested from closed waters, which is subject to civil restitution totaling approximately $9,500. This concludes the report, Mr. Chairman.
All right. I want to applaud the department also because y'all, we've had complaints on the shrimp industry for illegal shrimping, and I made a call to the colonel, and she sent out her team, to go and see about it. And I know they had several arrests done for illegal shrimping also. And I know you got one of them, but I know they had some in Terrebonne Parish also.
Caught one in Terrebonne, we caught one in St. Mary, and we caught one last night in Plaquemine Parish. I briefed the chief on it this morning. We're still getting details from the one in Plaquemine last night. It was approximately 1,000 pounds of shrimp were seized last night. One subject was also arrested for DWI involved with that case.
Wow. Okay. Well, great job there for the department. And other than that, anybody got any other questions for Major Skinner? All right.
Thank you, sir.
No. Yeah, I got a public speaker. I'm gonna do that right now. Yes. All righty, Major Skinner. Thank you for your report. We also have right now, on the enforcement, report, Francis Kurt Tail. He wants to give us a report on the Manhattan incident. Would you come in and state your name and?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Francois Cattell. I'm the owner and the operator of Westbank Fishing LLC. On Wednesday, July 19th, the Westbank fishing vessel Kittiwake was observed by Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries aerial surveillance, conducting Manhattan fishing operations within the quarter-mile Manhattan buffer zone. In accordance with the regulations set by this commission, the captain has been fined for the fishing violation and he will be responsible for the civil restitution, totaling approximately 10,000. The civil restitution is about $9,700 and the fine is about $200. So his total penalty that he will be paying is close to $10,000. The captain, who is in his first season, will be paying the statutory fine and the civil restitution. In addition, but in line with the company policy, he was suspended without pay for 2 weeks. The additional company sanction will result in him forfeiting over $15,000 of earnings and bonuses, bringing his total sanction to over $25,000. I appear before the commission today to personally apologize to each and every one of you for this incident. This behavior is strictly against Westbank Fishing's policies and standing instructions to all of our captains. The captain in question disregarded company policy, and his mistake is now a cautionary tale for every captain in our fleet. I'm incredibly disappointed that this incident is a blemish on our record. We understand that we share the waters with other fishermen, and I'm aware that the Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries Enforcement Division has received numerous complaints of Manhattan vessels transgressing the established buffer zone. I'm gratified that in all cases, except for this isolated incident, all the vessels have been found to be compliant with the law. In this isolated incident, if this isolated incident is evidence of anything, it is that the industry is regulated. The Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries Enforcement Division is actively monitoring our activities, and the system is working. I want to assure you of our ongoing commitment to abide by the rules and regulations, and I want to assure you that this isolated incident is not representative of the normal conduct of our company or the hundreds of employees that work in it. As a result of this incident, and as a sign of good faith to the well-being of the state of Louisiana, Westbank Fishing will be voluntarily contributing $25,000 to the Red Drum Stocking Initiative that the Recreational Fisheries Research Institute is establishing. Once again, I apologize for this unfortunate incident and thank you for allowing me to address you today.
Mr. Kettle, one of the things that I didn't see in the press releases and you didn't really address, at one point you said that it was an accident. Was his fishing inside, was it intentional or was it accidental?
No, sir, it wasn't an accident. I didn't say that in a press release. Wasn't an accident. The captains have the equipment to know where they can fish. He is a first-time captain. He's not performing. He made a stupid decision. And his company policy is, they all know it, first time is a two-week sanction. Next time is a 2-week sanction and they lose $25,000 at the end of their bonus. Third time is termination. I had a meeting with him yesterday, told him if he's going to go back to work, there is no second step. Another violation, he gets terminated. Does that answer your question, sir?
So they get to intentionally do it 3 times
No.
before they're
No.
fired?
No, I'm not changing it. They can do it. If they do it once, they're going to have costly sanction. If they do it a second time, they get terminated immediately.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead. Captain.
So you have spotter planes that go out and spot fish and find the fish. Do the spotter planes take any liability for that line? They should have the line on the plane also and make sure that the boats aren't going inside the line. correct?
100% right. And the instructions on the spotter planes are in accordance with that. I don't believe there was a spotter plane involved in this incident.
Okay. I was just wondering because that's important too. The spotters, they know exactly where that line is also. And if there wasn't a spotter plane, that answers. my question.
Everyone in our organization is doing their utmost to comply with this. And unfortunately, we do have 400 odd people. And all I can say is this young gentleman made a stupid mistake. And I think the sanction on him is reverberated through my fleet, and I will be very surprised if anyone makes a stupid mistake again.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, or good morning. The department estimated the catch was about 86 tons. Is that about accurate with what your boat came in with?
86,000 pounds. I think is-
86,000, I'm sorry.
Pounds, yeah. I think that was-
86,000 pounds.
Yes, well, that was the estimated part of that catch. They had made other catches, so it came in with more,
Okay.
but
Just for, help me understand, when they come back in, what is your gross yield when you sell that catch from that one ship?
so it's less than the $25,000 I'm going to be
Right.
contributing. I just wanted to make sure that I could not be accused of profiting from this illegally caught fish. So it is less than the restitution fine that I get out of it.
I'm gonna take a second bite of the apple. This is something that I had discussed with Deputy Secretary Banks, is that if our restitution is not consummate with the value of the Menhaden, then we need to look at our restitution.
No, so what I'm telling you is the restitution is in excess of the value that I got paid. But for the avoidance, so the restitution of $9,700 is more than I got paid for that fish.
Okay,
So-
so
so-
the
but
restitution
Because the
amount is
cap,
higher than the value of the fish that were caught?
correct,
Okay,
but because the captain is paying the restitution fine,
okay.
I still got paid for that fish. So I've essentially taken that and added a lot more to it. And that's why I wanted to make a donation to something worthwhile. And that's why I'm paying $25,000. It's punitive for me is what I'm trying to tell you.
All right, I have one question. Each vessel, they do have the electronic equipment to tell them where the line is
Yes, sir, they do.
on each vessel. So
Yes,
the
sir. they do.
captain just made a stupid mistake or agreed a mistake to come on the inside of the line in order to fish, and, by him coming inside, he's raised a big red flag on the whole fishing community and the commissioners up here and everyone. And, it just makes it look bad on the Menhaden industry as a total, right there. Because we all taking heat, from every
100%.
other industry that they have right now. And, I just want to make sure that this incident doesn't happen, again, because it's been repeated. We've had one incident last year, again, one incident this year. And these incidents need to stop, with the whole Menhaden industry. Because if not, it's going to cause stricter buffer zones off the coast. And we're going to have to do what we have to do, right there. So
100% agree with you. I cannot talk for other sectors, but I can assure you that we do and we will do what we can to keep our unblemished record. We've got a blemish now, and I will do everything I can to make sure we do not get another blemish. We've spent a lot of money on technology to make sure that we know where that buffer zone is and that we can abide by it. That wasn't the case in this issue. All I can appeal to you to understand is we just heard lots of industries. I'm not the only one that has one or two employees that are errant. What I will do is my best, and I assure you that I will do everything I can to stump out errant employees in my team.
anybody else got any
I'm
questions?
gonna just take third bite of the apple since you didn't turn my mic off. I just want to remind the public and everyone that if it was not for the actions of this commission, there would have been no violation. there would have been no limit that to have crossed. So we have taken our step to try to regulate the industry and protect the beaches of Louisiana. And we're going to take you at your word that y'all will do your part. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
I have a question, and don't take this softball as it is a softball I'm about to throw you, but very concerned about it. It would not be on my radar if it hadn't been for this. So, because I'm from North Louisiana and I've been Googling it, learning about it, talking to people, and the actions of your captain certainly have brought something to my attention that probably would not have been on my radar before. But so I'm going to throw you a softball, having said that I'm very concerned. When I'm studying this issue, I hear interchangeable words. You got Pogie boat, Menhaden boat, it's a Menhaden fish. What kind of vessels, I mean, just educate me, what kind of vessels, what do you call the different types of vessels that are catching these Menhaden fish?
So, very good question. So
Thank
the big boats that the people live on and the fish gets transported on is called a steamer. And that's about 170-foot boat, and there are 16 people that work on that boat. When a school is located, they drop off the back 2 purse boats, or known as skiffs, and they have one net between the 2 of them, and that is what does the fishing activity. And then the steamer will go up alongside those 2 purse boats and remove the fish out of the net and put that onto the steamer. And those purse boats are too small to travel any distance. So then those purse boats are put back on the steamer and they go and look for more fish. And open offer of which I've made before this commission. I'm very happy to take any of you out at any time to go and observe the Menhaden industry in action. We were fortunate to take one commissioner out last week, and I'm be very happy to take you out and so that you can see it in person.
Yeah. I was a commissioner that went out and observed what had happened. I was quite impressed with what I saw. And like I was talking to one of my friends earlier today that is with the recreational fisheries and he is also with commercial fisheries. I told him what I saw. And I thought that the boats were not going to be as clean as they are. I thought I was going to get a lot of smell. We're in the oyster business. So I remember the Menhaden plant a lot down in Empire when I was younger. And it did smell, but I mean, shrimp plants smell, oyster plants don't, at least mine doesn't in the French Quarter. But I would say that I did not see anything that was not right. I was glad to hear that y'all have alarms, that if you are heading into an area that's inside of the line, that people know about it. And you really, anyone that's doing it after hearing an alarm, they're doing it on their own, which is concerning to me. But what I saw and the fish going into the hole and how it's done with the vacuums and all, it was really an interesting thing because I wanted to see it with my own eyes. I didn't want to hear what other people were telling me and what happened and this and that and the other thing. I didn't need to see it for myself. And, I found out we were going to go on this vessel, late in the week. And we went out on, on a Monday and, we took us a long time to get to the boat, took us a long time to get back. But the hour or so that I spent on the maiden vessel, it was impressive to me because of all the stories that I've been told over my almost 8 years on the commission. And the videos that really didn't show me anything accurately that I saw presented to me that were sent to me So I did want to say that. Look, don't take this in any kind of way that I'm glad y'all are giving the gentleman that he can't work for a while, and that if he does it again, that he's gone. Because no one should be doing anything illicit like that, especially when you know that you're doing it. And the one thing that I think that in the future that we should look at as a commission, as a department, and not just for Menhaden, but other vessels, is that if vessels are doing illicit things, that those vessels are going to have to get their license taken away for a little while, for a few months. And if they get caught again, it'll be longer. And I don't care what kind of fishery it is, but if you're going to be someone that's doing something wrong, you need to be able to feel it for doing it wrong, and not just the captains, but the vessel owners as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, can I just come in on one thing the Commissioner raised? So we have, since the buffer zone was implemented, we spent about $150,000 developing an app, which the Commissioner saw, which is an iPad. And it's very simple. As you get close to that line, the side of the iPad turns amber like a traffic light. So as you're getting close, and when you get onto that line, it goes red. It's done by GPS. They know where the line is. This wasn't a case of him not knowing the line. He was stupid.
One more thing, Francis, I'd like to take you up on your invitation to get, I'm in from the Terrebonne Parish Zone 2 area, and if y'all ever fishing in that area or whatever, please let me know, and I'd love to take a tour and just see that for myself so that I can understand it, and maybe I could explain more of the process and what y'all doing to explain, to people in the future of what's going on. Because, I'd like to just see that being from the fishing community. Right?
We have a high-speed chase boat that should be being repaired by today, and it'll get you in and out to the boats very quickly.
Okay.
And so you don't have to waste too much time. So yes,
All right.
happy to do that.
Sounds great. Well,
Mr.
thank
Chairman,
you. Oh,
one other thing.
one more question.
Yeah, and just want to say, no one's mentioned it, but y'all didn't have to, y'all had a restitution, y'all had a fine that y'all had to pay from us. And I just commend y'all for stepping up to doing the value of what y'all caught to try to help out, redfish. So I think that needed to be said.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Next is to receive an update from LWF enforcement on the CAD electronic ticketing system.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commission. So I'm going to give you all a brief rundown of where we stand with our CAD system, which is our computer aided dispatching, as well as the direction we're going in with e-citations and reporting database for our officers and what it's going to do for us. So just to give you a brief rundown, wildlife fisheries enforcement agents in the past, from our communications sections to our officers to our admin staff, we have been a paper agency. Whenever somebody calls into the public for a complaint or a call for service, our dispatch utilized a logging system that was paper and pen. If we receive public requests, admin staff would have to go in and flip page by page by page by page to find the data that we needed. Same thing with citations. If a violation was found, officers would write a citation. It would be a paper citation. They'd have to go to their office, go to their homes, do their reports, turn them into their supervisor. If it got denied, it would have to go back to the officer. If it got approved, it would have to go to the region office for approval. Copies would have to be made. We'd have to send them out to the DAs, send them to headquarters. All those things led to citations and data not being grabbed initially. It would go 2-3 weeks, sometimes 4 or 5 weeks before a DA even saw a violation. So we took the initiative to make the drive to be more efficient, give our officers more time in the field, allow our communication staff to be more efficient doing their jobs, interacting with the public. One of the biggest things, the agency did not have laptops for all of our officers. Our officers were dependent to have their own means to do their reports. About a year ago, we put all laptops in every single officer's hands. Our officers now have that capability to do their reports in their trucks, to do these things on state issued equipment versus utilizing their own equipment. So that sped some things up for us. We are still in this planning stages of a lot of this I'm going to talk about. However, we have been live with our CAD system. We deal with a third-party vendor, which we've put it out for bid. We have a 7-year contract with this vendor. Conservation law enforcement is very unique to other law enforcement. So when you buy an off-the-shelf product for a CAD system or an e-citation system, we have rules and certain things that apply to us that law enforcement across the state doesn't deal with. Well, we seized 3 rabbits. Well, now we got to do civil restitution on 3 rabbits. Well, guess what? The criminal case goes to criminal court. Now the civil restitution goes to wildlife fisheries civil court. So that's a separate process that we had to build into it. So I know a lot of you have been hearing the word CAD and e-citation for a long time, and we have too. So I've had the pleasure to oversee this project from the ground up. We've made some good way, but we have still a good way to go. So initially our communications before, like I said, they used to get a call, answer the phone, they'd start writing everything down. It was a documented paper log. Now what happens when we receive any calls of service or any call, we determine if it's a complaint, if it's a bait permit, if it's pink tag or fuchsia tag oysters, whatever it may be, we determine what the call is and we log it into a computer aided dispatching system. All right. If it's a complaint, what we do is we get the complainant's name, which you'll be surprised, our dispatchers 90% of the time, they don't want to say who they are calling and complaining on somebody. So at minimum, we'll get a phone number. That way, if we need to get detailed information, we can get it. We do not push them to give us a name. We don't, we want to be as honest with them as possible. We get the subject's number. That way we can call them back, the address, city, parish, any details to do with that complaint. One of the big things we do get is we want to know the relationship to the complainant versus the complaint. That gives us a lot of intel on that. Is it occurring day or night? Is it active? Is it currently not going on, but it is occurring? It all determines how we dispatch it out. So we collect all that information in a system, what we call CAD call. It's a separate application and it's strictly document, caller information, phone number, any details. What that allows us to do now is track real-time data. If Dean O'Quint calls in a complaint last week, now I can go search, admin staff can go search Dean O'Quint. Anytime I've been touched in that system, whether I'm a suspect, a complainant, I called to ask a question, my name pops up, gives me date, time. If I was an incident number, it gives me incident number, et cetera. So that's what that allows us to do by having the system. This is an overview screenshot of a test. Obviously, all of our data that goes into our system is protected. So unfortunately, we can't show you all real-time data. This is all test data just to give you an idea of what it looks like and what we're grabbing. So we grab all this information and then we send it to what we call a queue. That is the CAD dispatching system at that point. It sends all the details, what time the call came in, who called it, who logged it, date, timestamp, et cetera. Then it's sent over to a CAD dispatch. This is where we're allowed to see what the active calls are. They have different stages. It has pending, active, if an officer's on scene, en route, et cetera. Another thing we've done for all of our officers is we provided them with a device. It's a Bluebird Android device. It's a handheld device. It's pretty durable. So if we dispatch a call, the call pops up automatically on this device and notifies the officer, hey, there's something going on. They can look at it if it's in their region and they're close. they're allowed to respond to it. They can acknowledge it from the device, or our dispatch can put them out on it. So that, if you hear us call gizmos, this is what we refer to as gizmos. In Louisiana law, one of our officers referred to it. This is the gizmo device. So it then goes to that. The officer, like I said, can say he's en route, he's taking the call, or he's not taking the call. If nobody is on duty at the time of the complaint, if it's an active complaint ongoing, our dispatch has a protocol to call out an officer. They call the officer that was last 10-8. They can't get him on the phone, they call the next officer. They can't get a hold of the officer, they call the supervisor. Supervisor's not available, we run it up the chain until we're contacted for ongoing complaints. If it's not an in-progress complaint, the call is then forwarded to the regional supervisor and the district lieutenant for them to assign that call to an officer. And that call is put into a queue to where we can make sure it gets worked. Once the officer takes the call, he acknowledges it, he accepts the call. He can comment on the call throughout the call. If he's running vessel numbers, it's all tracked. If he runs DLs, driver's license number for point of sales checks, criminal history background, whatever, he can do it all there. When we run a subject, we scan a driver's license on this device, it automatically runs the subject through 3 systems. Our department license system, our department motorboat system, and then it runs an NCIC check to see if the subject has any warrants, et cetera, and gives us a criminal history of the officer, so we know who we're dealing with. All that's at the hands of the officers. Before, we used to have to call all that in dispatch. Dispatch would have to run the log, get it back. If there's something serious, you'd have to tell the officer to give you a 21, because there's certain information you can't give over the radio. For officer safety, you can't give over the radio. So it then goes to there. The officer then can acknowledge it on the gizmo. At that step in the game, if he determines that a citation is to be issued, he takes the call in dispatch, he adds a citation. All that data that he got on the suspect to begin with transfers automatically into a program, what we call e-citation. He just fills out the citation information. If we're writing them for night hunting, puts the code in, sees one deer, puts that in. Subject signs the screen, and it's printed on his citations printed on a handheld device. One of the biggest benefits for us for the e-citation is this allows us to collect real-time data now. If y'all called tomorrow and said, hey, how many night hunting cases or how many shrimp cases were made in the last week? Before, we used to have to send out an email, say, has anybody made any shrimp cases? Now I can run that code in the system and run a real-time report for the colonel or lieutenant colonel and give him everything or her everything that they need. So it gives us that ability to run that real-time data. E-citation is still not implemented. We're in the final testing phase of that. We're having some issues with reports. Like I said, conservation is very unique to law enforcement. We have a lot of rules and different things that we do that other law enforcement doesn't do that are unique to fisheries, wildlife, and other things like that. Our goal is to have this up and running within the next month, to where it's in our officers' hands and they're writing citations on the device. Just some little tight final ups. So the device is going to allow them to take photos, add photos to reports. It's going to allow them to take videos and audio and add that to their reports. Once the citation's written, it immediately goes to a system application, which is called RMS, which is our report management system. In theory, the officer can write a ticket, have the violator sign it, go straight to his laptop, write the report, send it to his supervisor. If it's a class 1-2 violation, not a serious violation, within 10 minutes, that is done. It's sent to his supervisor for approval. And once that supervisor approval, it's off to the DA's office or civil restitution court or civil fines court. So biggest advantage to us for this has been officer efficiency, being more efficient with our officers' time, giving more patrol hours out in the field. Additionally, being more efficient with our ability to capture data and search for suspects, any complaints, items like that. So any comments, questions?
We got a bunch. All right, Al, you start off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Major Oakland, for the presentation. I just want to say that this is fabulous. I'm really thrilled that y'all guys have gotten this technology. It's going to, I think, benefit everyone, get that real-time data and not having a issue with backlogging or anything that can happen. Not of anyone wanting to do it, just happens. But, I think this is great, and I'm hoping that, this is how we fool with things with landings and everything else in the future. Because this is great. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Just one little thing to add, to go into the uniqueness of wildlife fisheries. We don't patrol the roads and the highways. We patrol the waterways and the woods. These are ran by AT&T service. So they have the capability, and that was one of our biggest struggles, is we have what we call an offline mode. So I can still issue citations, print them. As soon as this device hits service, any information that was put into the system touches all the databases I was talking about, and it still allows us to function offline. If we're in 100 miles offshore, if we're in the middle of Kisatchee, if we're in south of Pointe-au-Chien, it allows us to continue to operate within that technology world. So that was one of our biggest hiccups with the vendor, was finding that third-party vendor that could take in the capabilities of offline mode.
Mr. Jones? Go ahead.
Oh.
Gene.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Gene.
Okay. Back in the 90s, I was in education at the time, supervision and that sort of thing. And we were transferring from paper to technology at the time. And so we kind of went through a similar thing. One of the, besides the raw data, one of the things that was most intriguing about that transition was we were able to run reports on trends and targets and, frequencies and things. So I'm assuming that this software does the same thing, extra reports other than just the raw data.
Yes, sir. And that's one of the things we're working with OTS is we own all the data in the system, even though it's a third-party vendor. They have technology out there where we can pull up our data in there and we can run custom reports and say, hey, give us a bar graph, give us a circle graph, give us something that shows that there's a trend within a set of codes and when are they occurring, date, time, items like that.
Joe, it's your turn.
Major, thank you for the presentation and all your efforts in having this implemented. To me, this is a game changer. This is as significant as anything that's happened. It amazed me when I first came on the commission to learn that prior to this, basically you didn't have a paper trail. You never documented incidents unless there was a citation written. That was the only time that you had anything to document your interactions with the public. And here it seems like every time you have an interaction, it would be documented. One of the things that I thought I recognized primarily from the press releases that we got was that it seemed like, and you can tell me if I'm wrong on this observation, but your most productive cases were those that you got based upon complaints, because that was people in the field that were actually observing violations, that knew what their neighbor was doing or what the outlaw was doing at a given time, and call that in and all. And this will allow you to track. And one of the things that I hope going forward that y'all will take the initiative to see what is the success of that, of the complaints that we get, how many of them are we able to respond to? I mean, y'all have got overtime restrictions and you've only got so many agents out there. And if they're doing their regular patrol activities or waterway activities, then you only got so much time to respond to these complaints that in my mind generates your most cases and maybe your best cases. So do you think there will be some some monitoring to see the success of the system and see to what degree your officers have the time to respond to complaints. Something else that I had mentioned to enforcement was, and everybody seemed to agree with me, that when you get a complaint, that dispatcher's taking it, it's getting referred to an agent. And my observation was that it was very infrequent that investigating officer was ever getting back with the complainant when they did leave their name and get the details firsthand and get as much information as they possibly could from a safety standpoint for the officer, that he knows what he's walking into and he's got the best information to make the best or the most citations that he could. Do you think that this system is going to be used that way and will be monitored to see that it's being used to its fullest efficiency?
Yes, sir. So that's our long-term goal is now that we're grabbing every single complaint, whether it's a citation issue, you're actually 100% correct. It only got put in that paper log if a citation was issued or a stop occurred. Now every complaint is going to get what we call an incident number. And our goal with that is to start tracking these incident numbers. In theory, every single incident number will have a disposition, whether it's issued from our communication staff, whether it's issued for our officers, it will have a disposition status. You cannot close it unless a disposition is given for that. What that'll allow us to do is if we get a complaint that a call came in and we didn't see it, we can now pull that complaint number, give it to the patrol majors. They can review it and say, okay, last one that touched this was officer so-and-so in Shreveport. They can now interact. What did you do? Your disposition's not clear enough. We had a detailed incident number for that specific call. That is 100% the goal with this. One thing to keep in mind, and it's very hard for a lot of people to see, we're 64 parishes, 216 officers right now. It's hard. We have one communications section. We have eight communications officers. On average, we have one officer in there working the whole state. It can be overwhelming. There are many times where complaints are not worked initially. Ongoing complaints are worked initially. We may have a boat accident that occurs, serious boat accident, fatalities. Well, all of our assets have to go to that accident. A complaint may come in that is ongoing. We may not be able to respond to that complaint. We will always have that. So would I love to be 100% compliance of all our complaints getting worked? Would love it. Reality is we're going to have situations where active complaints, but I can guarantee you with the new system, they will get worked or addressed because you cannot close that incident without a disposition.
Well, and that's all I want is the accountability of knowing what percent we do have the availability to work, where our priorities need to be done, what we could do. Because for the first time with this system, we're going to have that information for you as the enforcement managers to be able to look at it and know what your abilities are and maybe reprioritize at y'all's level to be able to do that. One of the things, and I guess I ought to be looking at the Colonel and Major Skinner, is I would like for y'all to spend a little bit of time of seeing how we can develop a report that would become part of the enforcement report to let the commission know how the system's working and how much success we're having. Are we able to respond to 50% of the complaints that come in that are active? Because, I mean, they're ongoing. You got to have an officer available, number one. That's his priority to get out there. Is it a night hunting case or is it a drunk boater on the waterway, which way is he directed? But at some point that we have a report that's generated that becomes part of that enforcement report. If that's a standard agenda item, then the commission needs to be able to understand how y'all are prioritizing and how successful we are. And do we need to try to direct more resources your way to where you can be more successful in your efforts?
We can certainly work on that, Commissioner.
All right, thank you very much. But again, congratulations. This is night and day from the way you've operated in the past, and I really appreciate all the effort. Thank you.
Anyone else? I want to congratulate Major Oquan on the success of this. It helps bring this department to the 21st century, finally, right there. And, them 216 officers, I can assure you probably appreciate everything they had, especially if they can have a laptop right in their hand immediately, to make a report and all, like this. And, I'm gonna just ask a question that, because I don't know, but have we, or our officers that's out there, are they wearing or has the department even thought about the cameras for them?
Yes, sir. So last legislative session, we were given some money for some body cameras. In order for us to implement the body cameras, we have to have the e-citation RMS implemented because the body cameras will be given to every officer. That video will be linked to that incident based off of time and date to where it automatically uploads their report. That is the next phase, is to purchase the body cameras and then implement them into the RMS section. So all of our officers within the next year should have body cameras on them linked to the CAD, to the e-citation, et cetera. And you'd be surprised what buying laptops for every officer did for morale. Something so simple,
Right.
a laptop. They were blessed.
I can really appreciate. I have 3 children that are police officers, and every one of them love their laptops that they have, that they can do their reports right from their unit right there. So I can appreciate what the officers, thought when they got that, right there. So any other questions from Major Oquan? All right, thank you, Major Oquan.
Thank you.
Great success. All righty, moving on, need to receive and consider a declaration. Are we on that one? Yeah, no, receive an update on the enforcement efforts regarding the houseboat registration, Major Rick Owens.
Good morning, Commissioners. I just have a brief update this morning on our July enforcement efforts for non-motorized houseboats that we have been tasked with. Up until this point, for the month of July, we identified approximately 200 of these structures that we have provided a notification on in an effort to educate first, but then to assist the public through the process of this new law, this new regulation. This is just a small example of how we're tracking it by region, of identifying some of these locations so that we can do follow-up on some of these areas. These are just a couple of brief examples of what these structures would look like if you would see them in your area. They're camps, they're old houseboats without motors on them, things of these nature. They seem to be geographically clustered. So we've been working on that. This is an example of the initial flyer that we put out. You can see the date, some locations. This is what the public sees when they get to their structure and they've been notified. It's got an example of the law. It's got a contact information for the agent that showed up. They can get in contact. It's dated. This is a paper copy. As everything, we had to reach out to the state printing office, and we just got these yesterday, but this is a waterproof tag with a door tag. It'll be a little more permanent. It's set up in the exact same format with the date, contact information. And what we will do is we will turn around and go back to these identified structures. Our region captains are keeping spreadsheets. We have GPS coordinates. They're able to keep notes of the contact, and we're going to provide a second notice that's a little more durable, that'll last a little longer. Generally, what we're seeing is the majority of these camps this time of year tend to be unoccupied. So response has been slow. Closer you get to the coastal areas, some of these camps become more year-round and more of a fishing type camp. And so we are getting a better response from the coastal areas. Most of our camps north of I-10 seem to be hunting camps. And so this will be a little bit of a process to push out this information. We are seeing certain areas that have clusters of these, particularly the Pearl River, St. Tammany area, where we identified 75 to 80 of these structures. A lot of these structures are owned by residents of Mississippi. Due to the immediate outreach we had from the public with these notices that we put out, we felt the need to organize a community effort. We reached out to some local community outreach. We coordinated with the boat registration division. And as of yesterday, we pushed out a news release. And on the 17th of August from 6 to 8 at the St. Tammany Recreational Facility, we'll be holding basically a public hearing where the public can come in, enforcement agents will be there, boat registration representatives will be there, the public can come in, and we will hand walk them through some of this process to get them on board. The people that have reached out to us, they do see an ability to work through this. So we see this as a positive step. And if we see a need in other areas that show a cluster, we will try to put this same effort in that area. Up until this point, for this month, this has been the only area with this type of need. So we will keep a close eye on that and we'll track it. But as I said, up to this point, we have identified, there's an example of the tags, 200 in the state that we've reached out to. A rough estimate would be this is 2/3 to 3/4 of these structures statewide, outside of some of the areas that we have found that are outside of the scope of the regulation. There are a few basins such as Venice, where a lot of these structures are held up inside private marinas. And so while that area may have a large cluster of these structures, they may not necessarily fall within the parameter of the regulation. We are, however, reaching out to people with these flyers just to make them available to the new regulation, because of course, some of these structures are mobile and they may decide to move it, and it may at some time end up in public water or in a situation where they do need to go through this process. So that's where we currently stand for the month of July, and we will continue this through the summer. We're tracking everything, and as we get into hunting season, we will continue to shift. Hopefully the outreach will pick up in some of these other areas, and ultimately we will end up with a very good picture of these and move forward from there. So with that, I'd be glad to take any questions.
Major Owens, thank y'all very much for this effort. On the door tag that you just got in, it gives them the information of how to apply for their registration.
No, sir, it is small. So it basically gives the law that they can reference, which breaks down some of that. But I would say the main aspect of it is it gives them a direct contact to the agent that put that information on that structure. It's got his name, it's got his personal contact information and the region office number. And the hope is that we just create a personal contact with this person and try to basically hand walk them through the process with whatever need they have. Some can simply just come in and get their application and send it in and complete it. Others, some of these structures are complicated. There's multiple people involved. There's some affidavits that have to be taken. Somebody ultimately takes ownership of the structure. And so that does delay the process a little bit. So every structure seems to have a uniqueness to it, and we're learning. And so we're helping the best we can. Boat registration has been very helpful. We are incorporating our boat inspectors that do our homemade boat inspections that have a lot of experience with the affidavit process, taxes, different things. And the boat inspectors specifically will be the agents that we send to the outreach programs. And so that should fast track some of it to get it going pretty quickly.
You said that a lot of these boats are kind of clustered, and I've seen that. I think coming over here on 190, I don't know the name of the waterway, but you cross one and there's, I know 8 or 10 houseboats I see there. Will your agents have a little baggie with some of these in all the boats, so when they just come across one, they can put a door hanger on it?
Absolutely. So these will be pushed out this week. The first version that you saw, it just came off of a copier. It's just a standard sheet of paper. So the longevity of that document is not, we recognize that. But like I said, we just got these in our hands yesterday. So we'll be pushing these out this week, and we're going to go back to all the original ones and retag them with a waterproof tag, and agents will keep these on them. And if we have to run across a random structure just in their travels, we will immediately stop and identify that, tag it, and document it and get it in the system.
Do these, by hanging that, would that suffice as a written warning?
I wouldn't go that far. It's definitely notification, and it is documentation moving forward that individual has been provided the information. So in a sense, you're capturing that same information you would capture in a warning citation, but they are different. I think as traditional with us, generally, anytime we bring anything online, the first year at least is very much a learning process. So we make every effort to educate and work people through. Our goal is compliance. And so we do in fact run across people that may need encouragement more than once. But hopefully through the process, we can get them taken care of.
I was hoping that this may be a written warning just so it would show up so we could see the success for the program in the enforcement report that we receive
So
monthly.
I would think, so we're doing the spreadsheets so we're capturing every location that we're putting these out on. And I think you could in essence, use that as documentation that they were notified of a violation or a potential violation. If we see that we put something out in July and then we happen to come back in November and there's people on that houseboat and they hadn't done anything, at that point, they're educated and we should be issuing a citation. So in theory, it's not a warning, but it helps us establish that they're aware of what's going on. They should have had it registered by then and we can issue a citation at that point, I think.
It would be like everything else. Your agent would use his discretion. They say, yeah, I got it. I threw it away, or no,
Yep.
I never saw that, and maybe you would give them a second warning, but it would.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of variables can come into play, but it also, like I said, if it's been sitting on that thing for 6 months and we're seeing constant activity 6 months later, they're educated at that point. And I think you would issue a citation, but each situation would be unique, obviously. So.
Well, again, thank y'all for y'all's efforts and hopefully this is going to give us a push we need to educate the public and comply with the law on this. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Major Owens, thanks for the presentation. On the second notice, you're talking about getting those things printed. Are they going to be stickers that you'll see on the back?
So
No,
this is-
that's
this
the
is one right
first.
here.
Isn't that the first one?
Yeah.
The reason because those, that someone can easily say that this thing, flew away or something. Whereas
Well, I mean,
the-
we went through a lot of iterations of how to do it. If you put a sticker on there, you could be destroying their property with a terrible adhesive sticker if it's not placed carefully. So we went through everything we could do, and that waterproof door hanger was the thing that we felt like would have the best opportunity to survive the notification process. Again, I don't know that anything's going to be perfect, but we did have a concern with stickers primarily so that we didn't destroy property with a sticker. So.
Commissioner Sunseri, if I could add to it. So the law and the regulations require registration of these non-motorized houseboats. This is an attempt to educate people and give them an opportunity to get into compliance. A warning is not required. Notification is not required. If they're in violation, we have the ability and the authority to write the citation. So again, this is an attempt to make sure that people have been educated and have an opportunity to be compliant. But if it flies off, if they didn't receive it, that is not a prerequisite for issuing a citation.
And I appreciate that. I think this is an educational opportunity to try to get people into compliance. I like that y'all are going to be doing outreach as well. If there's any other kind of way to possibly on some of these hunting or fishing shows, where you get a public service announcement notifying people about the compliance of the boat registration for these structures, it would be a good thing to do as well. Thanks a lot.
Brandon, you know.
When did the houseboat registration thing go into effect?
The actual creation of the law, I
Yeah.
prefer to
We talking a couple.
Mr.
of
Garrett.
years?
Yeah, we're talking about 2019.
Possibly
so.
19.
And so I'm assuming the commission has discussed this in the past where people need to go get houseboats registered.
The commission promulgated rules and regulations defining a houseboat and talking, fleshing out what the registration regulation would be.
So 5 years later, we're still just giving them an opportunity to go and get registered and we're not writing tickets?
That is where we're at.
That seems to be a problem. I mean, I understand changing the law in some respect, but I mean, they don't tell me every time they change the speed limit on my street. You know, I just gotta abide by it, otherwise I get a ticket. Is there an end to this particular, hey, we're
So-
gonna give you a pass? When is this gonna end?
No, sir, this is where it ends. We feel like after we go through this process of identifying these vessels, we've got these hangars. Again, it gets back to what I said earlier. We've done what we can to identify the vessels. We put them in a spreadsheet. We know where they are. If we still got to find them on the boat. We got to find the person to write the citation to. So we put the education material on the actual structure. And the key is, are we going to be in the location at the time the person's actually on the structure? So at this point, if we've documented that we put the hanger on there and there's somebody on there, we can issue that citation. But regardless, at this point, the citations are going to be issued. It's just finding people on the structure to issue the citation to.
I guess I'm still having a difficulty wrapping my mind around it. Okay, I mean, if that's the process, but if you can't find the person, what do you do with the structure?
Sorry, what'd you say?
If you can't find somebody to issue a citation to, and we're now going on, let's just say 7 years,
Yeah,
what do we do with the structure that's sitting?
there's nothing we can do with the structure.
Okay.
I can add to that. So there was a fund created where this registration money goes in and is deposited, and it's to remove abandoned houseboats. And so that fund would be available. There is a process by which we can take abandoned vessels, and I say we typically, that's done at a parish level. The parish can issue notification to the registered owner or put something into a public publication saying you've got 30 days to remove this. If they fail to, and it's unregistered, then it's considered to be abandoned. Notice has been given, and then the parish can remove the structure, and then we would be able to do an interagency transfer of whatever funding we have in the fund for removal of that houseboat. So that there is other alternatives besides a ticket writing campaign.
Any other questions? No. All right, Matt Jordan, great job doing this. I think it's a good start, fellas, and we'll move forward on that. So thank you again.
Yes, sir.
All right. Next on our agenda, we got Peyton Kegel's gonna give us the declaration of emergency, the opening of the fall inshore shrimp season, and I get the pleasure of seeing it twice. So,
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commission members. I'm gonna settle in because I'm gonna be here for a little while. I got 3 agenda items in a row, so bear with me here. I also apologize. I got a cold right now, so might sound a little funny, but yeah, so I'm gonna present data for you to consider the biological recommendation, the industry input, if any, for the 2023 fall inshore shrimp season. Just for a little background here, we talk about shrimp management zones. Those shrimp management zones are made up of individual basins. I got a map here. That way you can get a reference on those. Pontchartrain, we have an upper lower. That makes up our zone 1. Zone 2, that includes Barataria, Terrebonne, Vermilion. And then zone 3 is our Mermentau, Calcasieu, Sabine. So with that background, we'll start with zone 1. This is white shrimp catch per unit effort, so number of shrimp per trawl. from work week 30. That's data collected last week. And the red line is your previous 10-year average. So what we see here is 2023 catch per unit effort, 110, well above that 30, which is your 10-year average. And it's actually the second highest catch per unit effort during that 11 years that are displayed. At the bottom, we have average size. And what you see here in 2023, average size of 57 millimeters, that's well below that 73 millimeter long-term average. But analyzing the data, what we did is we noticed that when we removed Biloxi Marsh from that data, the rest of zone 1 went to 101 millimeter average size. So with that knowledge behind us, what we did is separated those out. So the top is zone 1, what we refer to open water. That's all of zone 1 without Biloxi Marsh. Bottom, obviously that's Biloxi Marsh. You can see in the size frequencies here, this is the percent by count that made up the total shrimp we caught. So you can obviously see our open water, much larger shrimp, 2125, 2630, 3135s. And then Biloxi Marsh, obviously we're 400 count, 600 count, all the way to 900. So that was that discrepancy that we saw in the sizes. So because of that, we continued to look at it 2 separate areas, and we projected that growth. The threshold here is 100 count in size at 50%. So we want 50% of that available resource to at least be 100 count because there's a 100 count law. So you cannot harvest 100 over 100 count white shrimp until October 15th. So on the top for our open water, you can see that we actually crossed that threshold during that week that we sampled. Projecting that data forward, the earliest that the season could open, which would be August 7th, we actually have the blue line, which is a 50 count shrimp. So we're actually looking at 50 count over 50%. Now, Biloxi Marsh, smaller shrimp, projecting it forward, we do meet the 100 count threshold on August 16th. Now we move west to zone 2, just Barataria. Similar to what you saw in zone 1, 2023, catch per unit effort, 34, long-term average 14. So we're above average there. Average size, 85 millimeters. 10-year average, 83. So really close to what we saw average, but we saw little pockets of small shrimp. So that's really what lowered it, because when you see here in the size frequency, plenty 2125s present, mid-size, your 40, 50, 50, 60s. And then you see this uptick of those smaller ones, which were, real limited in locations. Again, when we project that out, we're looking at 50% at 50 count by August 7th. We've already crossed that threshold. Terrebonne, very similar data here. Current catch per unit effort, 55. Long-term average is 25. A little bit smaller here. We're at 89 millimeters, the long-term average, or 10-year. That's 91 millimeters. But again, nice bell-shaped curve here. So you have shrimp of larger size, with mid-size being the majority, all the way to smaller size. Looking at the projection, we've already crossed that threshold again. By the time we get to August 7th, even the 50 count is at 50%. So the last area of zone 2, Vermilion Tesh, again, CPUE high, not the highest that it's been, like you saw in some of the other areas. 122 is what it was compared to 78 of the 10-year average. Average size looks good, 94 millimeters. Long-term average is 81. So you can see that that's one of the highest sizes that we've actually had over the period. Looking at the size frequency, again, got a little bit of a curve there, some mix of larger, some smaller. And when you look at the projection, again, we've already crossed the 100 count threshold, and that 50 count should be crossing the threshold by August 7th also. So our last area, zone 3, Calcasieu, Mermentau, Sabine. Again, catch per unit effort, high, above average, like we've seen every basin, but not as high as some of these other areas though. Average size, very close to what we've seen traditionally. But same thing with zone 1. When we analyzed that data, what we saw was Mermentau was smaller. When we removed Mermentau, it actually increased the average size for Calcasieu Sabine to 100 millimeters. Now, we're not separating Mermentau out at this point for the biological recommendation, because when you looked at the area as a whole, it did make a crossover of the 100 count on August 7th. We did talk about it yesterday at the Shrimp Task Force, that it could be considered because Mermentau is not really a heavy commercially fished area. It's more dockside nets from camps, that maybe Mermentau could be held back and open with Biloxi Marsh. But the data itself, the biological recommendation, we do meet the 100 count at 50% threshold by August 7th. Now, just to put the tidal range up, just to show the moon phases when the tide ranges. I mean, we just got done with the full moon. We're moving into slack tide. A lot of fishermen prefer to open right at a slack tide, and August 7th, we're right there getting into the next tidal range. So the biological recommendation would be zone 1. That's the Pontchartrain area, to open August 7th at 6 a.m., except for Biloxi Marsh, which would open August 16th at 6 a.m. Zone 2, just Bear Terry and Terrebonne, that would open August 7th also, but 6 p.m. And that's just an industry preference there. And then the remainder, zone 2 of Vermilion and zone 3, that would also open August 7th at 6 a.m. And it's a little easier to see that recommendation in this map, where you see the light yellows, that's August 7th, 6 a.m. The purple's the delayed area, and then the darker yellow, that's the 6 p.m. opening. I'll leave that up and I can take any questions.
Mr.
Great
Chairman.
presentation, on the shrimp thing. And for everyone to know, the Shrimp Task Force did agree with the department's recommendation to open it as presented. So with that being said. Kevin, you
Mr.
got
Chairman, I make a
question?
motion, we adopt it as presented by the department.
All right, we got a motion by Kevin, second by Mr. Joe. Any questions on the motion? No motions, all in favor, state aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? No, no cards on it. So, all right, Peyton, season set August the 7th. Go ahead, Deb.
I know you didn't have any cards in, but if there's any public comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. There is no public comment.
Okay.
On the shrimp issue right there, not today. All right.
Thank you.
So the season's set for August 7th. So next we going to receive a report from Peyton on the NOI on closures of certain waters for crab removal.
Yep. Thank you again, Mr. Chair, Commission members. So like Mr. Chairman said, I'm going to give you a brief overview of the 2023, what we actually did this year, and then we'll move into the proposed closures for next year. Miss Susan, do we? Thank you. So again, we're gonna move into 2023. So what actually took place this year, February, March, that's our time frame that we can do these. We had a total of 4 areas. So we have one in Pontchartrain Basin, one Barataria, one Terrebonne, and then one in Sabine. And what we did in Sabine is we actually closed our side to coincide with the Texas closure. And you'll see that here. So we try to narrow down the impact that the negative impact that we have on the commercial fishery. So we try to put these closures during the time frame as tight as we can, group them together. We try to get out of Mardi Gras Lent the best that we can. So that's why you see the first three, Pontchartrain, Bear Terry, Terrebonne, all happen the first 14 days of February. Traps collected from each of those closures is to the right. And then Sabine, again, we coincided with Texas. They already had their date set. So that's why you see it pushed back a little bit. And you can see it for the total traps, we had almost 4,000 traps removed from the waters this year. This gives you a little bit of an overview of the program results. So this is comparing the first 2 years, 2004, 2005, total number of areas closed during those years, and the annual average traps removed. And then you have the time period of 2006 to 2016. And then you have, as of lately, 2017 through current, where you can see the program's really ramped up. I mean, 34 closures during that time frame. We're averaging nearly 4,000 traps a year. And you can see that since inception, we've removed over 55,000 traps from the waters. Now to go into the proposed closures for next year. A little background of this, the authority given to the commission. You will pick and designate the areas for these trap closures. You'll designate who will be able to remove these traps, the disposal site location, the trap closure dates. And one thing that we do, the disposition of traps, we, in that NOI, we designate that to the secretary because we've tried some different pilot programs. Everything's failed at this point. We're also working with some NGOs on some possible grant ideas to repurpose traps for living shoreline. So if that comes up, we would like the secretary to be able to have that authority to designate those traps for these different projects. Authorized dates of closures during the winter. We can do it for up to 16 days, anytime between February to March. We can also do one with the spring inshore season for 14 days. And then anytime that crab harvest is closed biologically, we can also remove traps during that time frame. So the proposed locations, you'll see a little bit busier map. We're proposing 6 locations for 2024. You're going to have Mermentau River. That area has never been cleaned up. So we want to close it. We don't expect that there's going to be a lot, but we want to make sure that we're covering it. You're going to have the western portion of Vermilion. You'll have Terrebonne, Barataria, Pontchartrain area, and then Lake Maurepas. And we'll look at these in more detail here. So the first closure in Pontchartrain, this is that southern portion of Lake Bourne, expanded over into the Biloxi Marsh. We've cleaned this area once before, but it was in 2018, and we had a lot of traps removed there. So especially after the hurricanes that we've had, we want to get back in there, remove these traps. And this is proposed, again, February 1st through the 14th. The Barataria closure, this is the southern portion of the Barataria Basin between Empire Venice. You can see the little wagon wheel area there. This area, again, never been cleaned. So we want to make sure that areas that have not been touched are being incorporated in this program. This closure is recommended for the 1st through the 14th also. The Terrebonne Basin, this is south of Dularge. The eastern portion is Bayou Grand Caillou down to Dog Lake. And then that western border is Bayou Dularge Sister Lake area. So just to give you a reference of it. Again, sorry, the 1st through the 14th of February for this closure. Vermilion, that's the western portion, Acadiana Navigation Canal westward to the Intracoastal. We're proposing again the 1st through the 14th of February. And then Mermentau River. This is from Catfish Locks down to where it splits. One area goes over to the beach, one area goes down to the jetties. We want to make sure that we clean those for any traps that may be present. And this will also be the 1st through the 14th of February. And then the last closure we're recommending, Lake Maurepas. This area has never been cleaned. We actually went in there to do a little bit of a trap catch survey and noticed the amount of traps that were present. So due to that, we want to make sure we get in there to make sure these traps are active fishing, not just abandoned traps, and then also remove any derelict traps. This would coincide with of February 26th, so last week of February into March 6th. It's a shorter closure because it is a pretty small area of just open water. It's not a bunch of broken marsh. So those are our proposed areas. Things to remember with these are any trap remaining in the water are considered to be abandoned. The LWF, through the authority granted by the commission, are the ones designated to retrieve the traps, or anyone that we designate, such as a contractor or volunteers. And then traps can be removed between half hour before sunrise and half hour after sunset. They must be brought to the designated sites that we decide. And then the traps removed within a closure are considered abandoned and are property of this department. So they can't just be brought out and just, passed around wherever they need to go. I can take any questions.
Joe.
Peyton, I know we've discussed this before, but I've got a question and concern on the disposal. It says that the secretary is including but not limited to disposal, which I guess is the junk traps that are no good, buyback. I assume that's buyback by the original owner, the tagged owner of the traps. Recycling, which again, I guess is the traps that are no good that you'd sell for scrap or something. Or return to industry members participating in the retrieval of crab traps from within the closed area. Crab fishermen who are not the original owners of the trap, the way I interpret that. I don't like any of those. And I did the original legislation, and I guess I failed to think through that and put it in the law on what would happen to things. Tell us who is participating in the pickup. It started out as like volunteers picking up litter. They wanted to clean up the waterways. They wanted to get rid of them. What has that evolved into today? Who do we see show up and who's picking up crab traps?
So I can tell you now that the volunteer event, when you look back at the actual attendance and the longevity of the volunteer events, 1 to 2 per closure area, it has now gotten down to a lot less attendees. Most of the people that volunteer are members of the public or university staff or other agencies such as Sea Grant, so we don't have many commercial fishermen at all that participate in closures.
So it is still a voluntary cleanup
At this point,
basically.
we've discussed in past meetings that we try to develop a pilot program multiple times to gain industry activity into the closures. They know the water's better. They're able to hold more traps to fit the traps. So they would be very efficient out there doing this work. The problem that we had is no one's been willing to participate. So the pilot program, whether there's a buyback option, whether it's getting traps back to original owner, not all of those have failed, but
I mean, the stupidest thing would be to give them back to the original owners that left them in the waterway and we're having to go pick them up for them.
that would be given back to the original owner through the pilot program, which required their effort of work. And
Their effort to pick them up was when you close the area, you go pick up your traps before we
agree.
have to recruit you to go pick up your trap.
Agree. And there
Okay.
were holes in
Now,
the.
Why aren't we simply, they belong to the department. Why aren't we simply following state law as surplus property and selling the traps and using the money to fund this program or some other program? That's not even.
So for the amount of traps being removed, 4,000 traps, we don't have storage facilities. We would need additional manpower to clean these traps up, to remove tags. A lot of times when you go internal on these tags that are on the bait box, a lot of times you can damage the trap to the point that you would have to rebuild it. So it would take a lot of manpower.
All of that is just doesn't make any sense. If somebody's got to remove the tag, any disposal deal, if they're not going back to the original owner, you got to remove the tag, right? Somebody's removing the tag.
At this point, they're only disposal and recycling have been done. And recycling basically is disposal, but they're melting the plastic off and recycling the metal. So there has not been any trap buyback, give back at all. But we always want to keep options available if we could develop or expand this program.
Well, the program's successful. I mean, we're picking up thousands of traps, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the program's successful. So I would really encourage the department to look at how we can take and through these voluntary organizations, you pick them up, they're yours. If you can sell them or do whatever with them and encourage more public participation. These are NGOs or things that could use the money if we're not going to use it. Because what percent of the traps are salvageable, can be put back into commerce?
Typically, I mean, I'm going off my head here, but I would say at least probably 60% are
Okay.
deemed serviceable.
Now, these traps are expensive, are they not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So next time we have a presentation, I probably won't be here, but the rest of these fellows are interested in this. Let us know the value of those traps. Right now, you're saying that you got a trap. What is a crab trap? $40?
No, you're probably talking 55, 65, depending on how it's rigged.
I was trying to be conservative. A used trap is not a new trap, it's a used trap. So let's quantify what the value of that is. And right now they're being scrapped.
Mhm.
So you're throwing away that value because you're getting almost nothing for the scrap. And, but that's the direction. And I don't like the fact that here this has been year after year, we've been dealing with this. And it still looks to me like there's a significant value there. It's tens of thousands of dollars annually.
Yeah, if we were to multiply 4,000 by
Yeah.
50
80.
or 20, even $20 for a
Right.
used trap.
$100,000 that's being thrown away. They could either be used by the department, used by NGOs that are going out there participating or something. I'm just trying to be fairly adamant that that's the direction I'd like to see the department look at. Is this thing clear that I guess by that catch-all language, including but not limited, you could clean them up and auction them off, just like any other state surplus property. I mean, we confiscate guns, we confiscate boats, we know how to handle all that.
I think the surplus is a reasonable disposition for property that we own. That's a possibility.
Okay, but we didn't list that here, and it's not one of all these gyrations that we're going through.
I think it'd still be available.
Yeah. For $5, I can get somebody to take a tag off of a trap and pressure wash it. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, could you work up some type of price on what it would cost to get all the traps? The 60% or whatever percentage is, work it up for us and let us know. It's going to cost you $30,000 to turn it into $100,000 as an example, whatever. Just let us know, figure out where you'd have to store them. If you can, work all that up, get that back to us, and then we have a way to make a decision whether to move forward and if it's economically beneficial. And like you say, we can help use that money to fund something else, to get people out there, to get more traps out.
Yeah, I can definitely look into it. I mean, obviously understand the difficulties with these coast-wide closures. You know, we're gonna have to have storage at each location. Each basin that we have closures would require storage, and storage is gonna require security closures because crab trap theft would be enticing at $55, $65 a trap. So we have discussed this before. We have tried to work with the parish in the past about giving them, basically handing over the possession of traps to them. That fell through. So we are considering some of these options. There's just no clear-cut way at this point, but I will continue to dig into it.
Go ahead, Al, and then I'll got some.
Thank you, Mr. K. I get two questions. Percentage wise, how many of them have buoys on them?
I don't remember that
Off
one.
the top of your head, I mean, is it 50%? Is it 70%? Is it, 10%?
I would honestly hate to throw a number out there.
Okay.
I mean, we have the data from what we've been collecting since 2016. It does indicate whether a buoy is attached or not. I just don't know that one off the top of my head.
The other thing is how many of them have tags percentage wise? If you were to guess, if you can or you can't, I'd like, if you don't have that, could you get that information to us?
Yeah, I can get you some summaries of our derelict crab trap data.
I mean, just those two things, because I'm thinking about if, you know, because I know that the crab traps that go out, that people kind of, that's their area,
Mhm.
you know? And if they're, leave these traps out and they got buoys on them and they don't pick them up and it's just more efficient for them to let someone else do it on their nickel and just get new traps. You know, we need to start looking at it, dependent on how many of them have, you know, identifiers on it and how many of them have buoys. I can understand if there's no buoy. I mean, you don't know what happened to the trap. You might think someone stole it. But if you have buoys on it and you got tags on it, and those people, there's a lot of them that are the same, you know, person that owns it. Some kind of way we got to look at, you know, looking at those owners of of those traps as littering when they know. We have to start doing something about that. Not, I don't know if it's a legislative thing, if the commission can do it directly, but something needs to give on that. If those two things, you know, are accurate, that they have buoys and they got tags.
Yeah, I will say that at this point, there is no tending law. So theoretically, that trap could be out there fishing for 100 days untouched because there's no tending law. So that kind of, you know, as saying that an individual is just, you know, littering because there's no tending law to it. How do you know, how can you define it as litter versus they're still fishing it?
Well, I just thought that those particular areas it's a known thing that they're going to be cleaned for derelict traps. So if they're on notice that they're supposed to pick up their traps because there's going to be a department effort to go out and clean up these things that are derelict, then I don't know, maybe there isn't, if there isn't a law or we don't have an apparatus to do something about that, then we need to look at doing something about it and figuring out how to do it, because people need to be responsible for this stuff. That's what it boils down to. Because it isn't just, it's for anyone that goes out there and utilizes the waterways. They don't want these traps there that you know, are a problem. So anyway, thank you.
Joe, you got one more question?
I want to offer an amendment to add as one of the dispositions to in conformity with surplus property disposal. But getting back to Commissioner Sinceri's point, you know, we just passed last year regulations on how often you got to tend your yo-yos and your trot lines and your gill nets and everything else. Do we have the same ability to do that for saltwater gear?
There would be. I mean, if you wanted to put a tending requirement, that could be done.
Well, let's look at that, because they're basically ghost nets is what's being picked up. They're abandoned net. They're out there catching crabs. I guess they don't have bait in it, but you know, I guess a dead crab becomes bait for the next crab that wants to come in, right?
Correct.
So those are ghost nets that are out there fishing right on, and there's thousands of them out there. So we need to pass that as a regulation, just something that I guess hadn't been thought of. And if you're not tending it, then you're in violation of the law. I don't think so. I would ask for that NOI, or maybe Commissioner Sincere, he's closer to the coast than me.
All right, I got a question.
I made a motion
Okay,
for an amendment, Mr. Chairman.
all right, well,
Can we dispose of it?
yeah, we got a motion on the floor. We need a second on Mr. Joe's amendment. Anybody? Al, and
It's just to add to the disposition, I'd like to have it stated that one of the considerations for the secretary is to dispose of them in conformity with state law on surplus property.
yeah, we got a second from Al. So any questions on the amendment? I'll ask for a vote. All in favor, state an aye. All right, the amendment passes. I have a question for you. On the crab traps, how many of the crab trap owners actually pick up when the season closes? Do we have 100% participation in that, or?
It's definitely not 100% participation, but I will say, it's a few. You typically have a few individuals that determine that either one, they're close to the line, so they're not gonna move. Maybe they're in an area where they think that nobody's just gonna go. Or some people may just not care. Or maybe they don't get the notice, which, we do mail it to them. But what we do is we work with enforcement. Anytime we see traps that look like they are actively fishing, we report that GPS location, identity, anything that we can do to identify the trap, to give to enforcement. They go out there and investigate that. And typically what they'll do is they'll contact the fishermen, cite them, and make them move the traps.
Not a question. We were saying, when the crab traps are picked up and we were saying we don't have place for them or anything, we got lots of government agencies that own property on the coastline, like, your levee districts and everything else. Couldn't we get with them guys to just say, look, we need to store these traps for 30 days or whatever on your property and store them up on that property or whatever without having to drag them? I'm just looking at our area. They probably drag them from the waterways 50 miles north to store them, right there. So we could actually ask some of these districts that we have, if they don't have property, a vacant piece of property just to store, 1,000 traps in each area or whatever, right there. I know in the Terrebonne Basin, I know that, the levee district has, alternate property that we could probably use to stack, some of the traps on without towing them back to Thibodeau, where I think they're being stored at right now.
So again,
It's just an option.
no,
That's-
and I
that's
will
all
look
I'm doing.
into it. Like I said, we tried to do this with one parish. It fell through. I'll have to definitely get with Cole on this because, anytime we're storing traps on, non-wildlife and fisheries or state agencies, who's now responsible for the traps? Enforcement, again, is going to be a concern. And then again, we're going to have to haul trucks to bring the trucks. We're going to have to haul dumpsters to take the ones that are waste and not serviceable. So we've definitely looked into this before. It just wasn't feasible at the time, but we're going to continue to look into it and we'll get a report together, try to provide estimates of what it would cost to be able to do some type of surplus.
Yeah, another thing, I know all these crab fishermen, that have all the, maybe we need to look at putting some type of expense to them when they get their license, if they don't pick up their traps, and, the department has to pick it up or something that they have to, some type of restitution fee or whatever, in order for them to make it more responsible for them not to leave their ghost traps out on the water. Because I know it's a nuisance for, for shrimpers that constantly, and, these guys, now the shrimper, when he catches it, he just goes on a point and just throws them on a point, right? He don't bring them in or anything, not that I know of, but he just disposes of as quick as he could, right there. But it's a nuisance, and I know some of these crab fishermen, they leave them out there just to leave them because they don't want to be, they just don't want to deal with it. That's it. They'd rather somebody else deal with it. That's correct. You're right. So Well, with that being said, any other questions for Peyton? No other questions. Cole, you gonna get the amendment?
Yeah, so right now you've just got an amendment to put it in the proper posture, but you haven't actually had a motion to adopt the proposal
Okay, so we need a motion to adopt the NOI
as amended.
as amended. Okay, we got a motion by Al, second by Joe. All in favor of the motion to adopt the NOI, state an aye. Any opposition? No opposition. Cole, let's go. I need to ask for public comment first.
Before you vote on
Okay,
any
okay.
actionable item.
All
please.
righty. Any public comment no public, the motion's gonna pass. I'll try to remember the next one, Cole, sorry. All right, next, Peyton's gonna give us a update on the special bait dealers permit, which is supposed to sunset in December of this year.
Thank you again. I'll hold on one second to dim the lights. Yeah, so you kind of stole my thunder there with the whole sunset announcement already, because that's why I'm here, because we do have a sunset. I wanted to bring an update to the commission. That way we can decide which direction you guys would like to go. A little bit of background on this. Spring of 2021, bait fishermen were asking for changes to the current regulations. They wanted to be able to catch more shrimp and they wanted to be able to reduce their effort. The commission requested the department draft an NOI that would help them, that would help them reach this goal. So we developed an NOI that was brought to the commission and approved in June of 21. That final rule was published in November of 2021. So again, I'm here today, give you this update. That way the commission can give some direction on to the department on how y'all would like to go before that sunset takes place, which is December 31st. So with the current regulations in place now, what it did is we put a tow time in there. So we did start requiring a tow time. I'm not necessarily saying that that's the greatest thing in the world, because anybody trying to catch live bait is going to have to regulate their own tow time to keep their shrimp alive, but we felt it necessary to put it in. And the current regulation allows bait fishermen to use the current inshore shrimp season gear. So that's one trawl not exceeding 50 foot along the cork and double skimmers with 72 feet circumference for the net. And again, just a reminder, this does sunset on December 31st. So the previous regulations, what was the main difference? There was no tow time restriction. I wanted to just announce that this has not changed or come out, but it is important to note that there are limits to the amount of dead catch of 2 gallons while operating under the permit. That's in place no matter what. The big one was the gear. So the previous was permitted gear was 1 trawl, not to exceed 25 foot. And then your double skimmers, your frames had to be 16 by 12. So I'm going to provide a few harvest trends here. What you're going to see, the orange bar and the yellow bar, those are special bait dealers. So somebody operating under the special bait license. The yellow are years that the gear restrictions changed. Although it was November 21, but I still highlighted it for you. The gray and the red, that's the number of fishers that are operating under the bait permit. So one bait dealer could have more than 1 boat. So that's why you see the number of fishers. And again, the red is the 2021, that's the regulations took effect. And the blue line, that's your landings. So generally what you see here is bait dealers, I mean, less than 25 active per year out of the 6 years. It's kind of been fluctuating on a general downward trend, similar to landings. Fishers, the peak that we had 2019, that was 42. So 42 active fishers operating under that bait dealer's permit. What I wanted to show you in comparison was all bait landings and effort. So this means during the inshore shrimp season, any fisherman that wants to utilize his net and sell live bait to someone, he can. So it doesn't have to be a bait dealer. It could be a normal shrimp buyer, but the disposition of those shrimp and how they're kept, that's up to the fishermen. That's up to that dock that buying them. So what you see is the number of dealers that buy live bait goes up to 40, 50. So almost twice the number that actually operate under a permit. The number of vessels you see, the peak there, 2019, like 97. It was 42 of those operating under the permit. And again, landings has still been on a downward trend. So we're not seeing a lot of change since this regulation. There's a lot of concerns that more people are going to jump into this with the current state of the industry, with the prices. That could happen. We don't have this year's data yet. So, I mean, we'll definitely continue to update the commission if requested. I can take any questions.
Kevin, you have?
Okay, a concern is more people are gonna jump in. Is that detrimental to the shrimp? I mean, the selling the dead shrimp, the price isn't good. If they can go in and make money selling live bait, it seems like that wouldn't be a major problem.
If there was, if effort increased significant, it could be, could cause an issue. It could cause an issue for mortality. I mean, especially between the shift of, the spring season to the fall season where we're getting that, large recruitment of white shrimp. White shrimp have a 100-count law. You harvest them, you got to dump them dead. So there is a concern of increased effort causing increased mortality. But again, 20, 42 vessels, 30
not-
vessels at this
Yeah,
point.
At this point, it's not much. Also, how, we have 2 gallons of dead. What'd you say?
Yes.
Yes. How is that being enforced? We have, they self-enforcing, right?
No, well, so no, it's actually pretty stringent, in my opinion, with the bait
Okay.
license. So, first of all, you got to display your 12-inch letters on your boat. So now it's easy to define if you're bait fishing or not. The big one is you are required to call in to the 800 number and identify who you are, where you're going, when you're going, and then you have to call back at the end of your trip. So there's some checks and balances in place to regulate that, give enforcement an advantage of, you know, we know where you are, where you're going, so they could go do an inspection and check for dead.
Good enough. No, that makes sense. That's seems like a good system.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cagle, you said that there has not been any real increase in the amount of vessels that have partaken in this activity since we started allowing the larger nets.
From when it became effective November 21 through 2022, the data does not show a significant increase in license.
Okay, over that same period of time, have there been an increase in citations for people working outside the parameters?
I would have to relate to enforcement.
I don't have that data off the top of my head. I'd have to get it for you.
Okay, I mean, it's my understanding that there has not been, but yet that would be good to know. But we're at a point right now that we're having to make a decision on a sunset. And excuse me, do you have any people that want to talk on
Yeah, I
this?
got a couple of them. Yeah.
Mr. Commissioner, I will say that off the top of my head, enforcement provided me with a 5-year report of citations for the shrimp sustainability portion. And I don't remember visually just noticing off the top of my head that any citations just increased significant over the past several years.
Yeah,
Hey, Mitch Skinner. Okay.
okay, I appreciate that.
Pete, you finished that?
I was just gonna say that if there isn't an issue with citations and we haven't seen an increase in people trying to catch more, then I'm going to suggest, I'm going to be in favor of continuing this ability to be able to do it. And am prepared to make a motion to do so, if that is the case.
And we did talk about this yesterday, if you
And
want.
I want you to explain what the shrimp task force.
Yep. So yesterday we met with the Shrimp Task Force. We discussed this with them. There were several members of the task force that have been approached by multiple fishermen, multiple docks or dealers that have expressed concern, whether it be an enforcement issue, being able to regulate it, being able to account for illegal sale or unreporting, and also possible increased mortality of shrimp. So the task force, because they represent the industry as a whole, they did pass a motion yesterday to let the sunset lapse, to go back to the original smaller gear when the inshore season is closed.
One more point. Okay,
Thank you. I know a lot of the shrimpers. I mean, I grew up in an area where there's a lot of people that shrimp, they all know my phone number. No one's contacted me over the last few years to tell me that there was a problem. And I wish that they would have done that if they saw that there was a problem with it. I don't know how many people are out in the audience to speak about it right now, but I'd like to hear what they have to say.
we're gonna move to that
Okay.
right now.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, go ahead, Andy.
Can you define to me the term tow time restriction? What does that mean?
So that means the time that the net is lowered into the water to the time that the net is removed from the water.
And why is that significant?
Well, we wanted to make sure that when we did the change, we wanted to add language in there that put a regulation to where if more people did start going, the benefit of this is to catch live bait, which is why you can only have so much dead. So we wanted to put some language in there to minimize mortality.
Gotcha. I understand. Thank you.
All right. We got public comment right now, and I'm gonna ask Robert Campo to come up, state your name and where you're from.
Mr. Chairman, while we're waiting on Mr. Campo to approach the podium, I just wanted, before we get out above over our skis too much. So this is not an actionable item. We don't have a notice of intent in front of y'all today. This is a discussion to let you know that the sunset is going to occur in December. And so if it's the will of the commission, we'll bring a notice of intent for a vote next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for letting me come up here. This bigger net allows us to go out and catch shrimp in a shorter time, whereas we're pulling, if the sunset does go in, we go back to a 25-foot net where instead of being back at the dock, unloading our bait and putting it in the tanks for 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning, I'm out there to 1, 2 o'clock in the day. So being able to pull a bigger net allows us to catch the shrimp faster, get them back and get them in the tanks and get them de-stressed and so forth. It's a process. Catching live bait is I'm a bona fide bait catcher. I've been doing this ever since I was a little kid. We own the oldest marina in the United States. So that's 120 years, which is something to be said for still family owned, still family operated. We've been catching live bait. My family's been catching live bait since the cast net. So, we went through a cast net phase, through a shrimp seine phase to the shrimp trawl phase. So, there's nobody in this room or nobody in the state that could tell me about live bait because I know it. I know it in and out. And, I've been doing it all my life. Now, I can't speak for every bait catcher that's out there that, you got somebody that's going to violate. That's going to happen. But on the same token, you got shrimpers out there who are dragging inside of the line that do the same thing. So, I mean, you're going to have somebody that's going to cross the line sooner or later. But I know what our business does. And, we're not out there to violate. We go out there to catch bait. I have 100 charter captains that run out of Campos Marina. And, you know, we do our very best to make sure that we have the best live bait available for our charter captains, for our recreational fishermen. You know, and it's an ongoing process. And, you know, nobody wants to get into this bait business. I don't feel like anybody wants to get into it because it's a lot of work. It's not, well, you come in, you put the bait in the tanks and you're done. It's not like that. You gotta be on top of this bait, monitoring this bait and scraping the dead ones out of the tanks, you know, because you're gonna have some die. And after it's done, this goes on. The last time these tanks get scraped every day is at 9 o'clock at night. So my son lives on the facilities. He's there. He does the last bait scraping of the tanks to get the few dead ones out so they don't rot and poison the water for the rest of the shrimp that's swimming. So I get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, which most people don't want to do at 3 o'clock in the morning. I get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I get there about 3:45, 4 o'clock in the morning. First thing I do before I even serve the first bait is you got to go get the couple dead ones that's in there out. I have a very low mortality rate because we're always on top of this. And the average shrimper, you know, goes out, puts them in a hole and ices them up. You know, he's done. He comes in, unloads them, he goes home, and when he might want to go out, now 2 or 3 days later, I'm a 7-day-a-week operation. 7 days a week, somebody has to be there doing this. So with allowing us to use this bigger rig, a bigger shrimp trawls, you know, it makes our job a whole lot easier. And I'm speaking for the guys on the east side of the river because I just talked to everyone who's a bait catcher. We're all good friends, and they all agree the same thing. We're not out there to rape the industry. We're out there to catch what we need for what we sell that day and get back in, get them in the tanks and start the whole process over for the next day. And you know, we run a pretty legit business. So, I mean, and I welcome any one of you guys on this commission or commissioner, anybody that wants to go in this room that wants to do a field trip and come down there with me. I have 5 lodges. I'll put you up in the lodge. It won't cost you a nickel. I'll take you out there and show you how this is done from start to finish, so you could have a better understanding, a better idea how it works. So if anybody wants to do that, you get with me and you know, we got 2 boats. You know, we got plenty of room aboard. So if you're welcome to come out there and take a ride and see how it's done.
So you would be in favor of keeping
The bigger net,
the
yes,
bigger
sir.
nets, okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Any questions for Mr. Campo? No. I know it's hard work, Mr. Campo. It's not easy keeping bait
No,
alive.
it's not.
I can assure you, you know, and people in the room probably don't know it, but I've experienced it myself, and it's a job that I don't want to do.
Well, I get it. Believe me, I get it. And not
It's,
many other fishermen that do this, you know, that shrimp for a living,
Right.
want to do it either because it is a lot of
It
work.
is.
It's
a
not,
lot of work.
it's not easy.
Yes. Okay, Kevin.
Do you have
I mean, Brandon, go ahead.
One of the slides that Peyton showed us was the number of fishers versus bait dealers. Are you seeing an uptick of additional fishers coming to operate under you as a bait dealer?
I have 2 permits. I mean, I have 2 boats on I guess it's on 1 permit, right? I have two boats on 1 permit and that's it.
I was just curious if I think one of the concerns was, are more people going to start doing this? And, you know, so I was curious that with you being there and the staff.
I don't
so
see
long,
it
have you
happening
seen-
because, you know, and look, you might pick up 1 or 2 more guys on the west side of the river. Nobody hardly catches bait in Lafitte. In the Lafitte area, you can't hardly buy live shrimp over there. And I don't understand it. I don't know, because you got great fishing in Lafitte, just like you have on the east side of the river. I just don't understand why you don't have a lot of bait fishermen. You know, you might now. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I don't go across the river too often. But I know on the east side of the river, we have probably 9 or 10, maybe 8, maybe 9. I think we're 9 fishermen who, you know, bait boats on the east side of the river. Now, I'm gonna tell you something, guys. If the bait boats are killing all the live, catching all the shrimp, we don't have much of a shrimp season to start with, believe me, but
Yeah.
that's not the case, guys. That's really not the case. We're not out there to rape the system. We're just there to provide a service for recreational fishermen to come get bait.
One thing I'll just add, Rick, Andy, you.
Well,
want-
I just have a question. Under the current regulations, under what you're operating now, does any of that give you heartburn? Or are you okay with all of those regulations?
Well, starting from tow time, when we lock the winch in the morning, when the trawl, we don't use skimmer nets. We use a traditional bottom trawl. So when we lock that winch, and with this hot weather, the first 4 minutes, that's what we drag. We're picking up constantly. So you scrambling on this boat, you steady working all the time. We're very busy at what we do. If this trawl is coming in and out of the water, it's up and down like a zipper, man. It's constant. It never stops. So, we get our bait caught. The goal is to go out there, get it fast and get home, get back to the marina. That's what we like to do. And this allows us to do that. Tow times, we went even as far as putting TEDs in our nets. They say, oh, the bait catchers don't have to have TEDs. So what we did, we went and installed TEDs in the nets. You happy now? We got it. So, I mean, look, anything that we could do to comply, we're on board with it. So that's what we've done.
Good. My biggest fear, I guess, with the bait is that, we got 3,000 fishermen bait shrimp licenses out there. And I'm concerned, with shrimp as low price as what it is right now, as a bait fisherman, you getting 50 to 60 cents a shrimp, I assume
35.
or, well, 35, but if you catch a 60 count shrimp at 35 shrimp, that brings you to $18 a pound.
Well,
And
yeah.
a poor shrimp at a dock, he's only getting 60 cents a pound. I can't understand why more shrimpers are not going into the bait business.
Well, I'm
When
gonna
you
tell
look
you
at the
why, because
economics part
it's a
of it.
24-hour job.
Oh,
It's
I-
not,
I-
it's
I
not
totally
going out there and
agree.
just catching, go hit the bank, go to sleep and wake up, I'm gonna push tonight or I'm gonna go back
Right.
tomorrow morning. This is a round the clock job.
Yeah, yeah, and I applaud you for putting TEDs on, just so you can keep your customers satisfied with the bait.
And I know it's impossible to drown a turtle in 4 minutes, but with the longest drags that we make and when the water cools down, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, it's impossible. But we did it because we were asked to and said, just put it in there. So we did it. We put them in. So, I mean, look, the bigger rig is where it's at. It helps us tremendously and we would like to see it stay the same.
All righty. Well,
Good, thank you.
all right, Peyton.
Just want to make a note that one requirement with a special bait permit is you must have an onshore facility.
Right.
So being able to operate out of a vessel is not allowed. So that in itself may be a limitation factor for a lot of people jumping in. Just want to let y'all know if you weren't,
Right.
too up to date on the regulation.
All righty.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask that we get a notice of intent for the next meeting to continue the sunset.
All right.
Who do I need to direct that to? You, Peyton, that's perfect, yes.
Do you want
Yeah.
to, are we asking to make it permanent or
Or do we want permanent or do we want to
expand the sunset?
expand? And you know what, a sunset, we can just decide, even if there's a sunset, we can decide just to end
Right.
it. So I mean, I don't even know that we need a sunset and be permanent. If we see that it's damaging in the future, we can the commission can take action to do something at that point.
Was there any reason why it was originally set up with a sunset? I mean, just for historical purposes, maybe that's the only reason.
So there was some back and forth between the industry and the bait industry. So to be able to look at the data, analyze the data over a period of time, rather than just make something permanent, they put in the sunset. Now we're bringing it back within time frame to be able to do without lapsing that sunset. So
How long was the sunset?
we did it in June 21. That's when we brought the notice of intent. It was published in the Register in November 21. So since November 21 until now, so we really had one full year. 2023 data is incomplete. So there's not a lot that we could bring there. But again, this could be something that comes back up as required. If you want to see it every 3 years, every 5 years, just an update.
I think every 3 years, the notice of intent, see everything every 3 years. Check, check on, review it every 3 years. I think that would be fun.
Just know that the current year will always be about, just estimate 4 months back. So
Correct.
we wouldn't be able to
So the
provide.
fourth year is when you'd get the information.
That's
Yes.
it.
It's fine.
Kevin, you want to put that in a motion that we direct?
Do I need to have a
department,
motion, or
do
we just
need it
ask
in a
for-
motion, Cole?
I don't, again, this is not an actionable item.
it's
We're
a
going to have a
notice of
notice of intent. I think this is a discussion for the department to kind of get a feel for what the commission is wanting. I don't think you have to take a formal action right now. It sounds like we're
Okay.
getting some direction here.
All right. We have one more speaker, and that's Captain George Ricks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Captain George Rickson, former president of Save Louisiana Coalition. I'm also a coastal consultant for St. Bernard Parish, and I own and operate getaway fishing charters for the last 24 years out of Hopedale. I'd like to touch on a little bit of what Robbie said and what Peyton said. We only have 25 bait dealers, from what Peyton said, under the permit now. I can't see where any shrimpers would be concerned about damage to resource. If shrimp mortality is an issue, I think the longer Robbie has to stay on the water trawling for shrimp, the more mortality rate we have with the shrimp, especially in this heat. And as a charter fisherman, we depend on live shrimp. And not just a recreational fisherman. It's very important. Like Robbie said, we have over 100 charter captains that work out of his marina. And if we can't get live bait, I know, charter captains across the state, some parts they can't get live bait, and they're at a definite disadvantage. And that's why our catch ratio is so good in our area, because we can, the availability of this live bait. I know if I can't get it, I'm at a mental disadvantage right off the bat. To please my clients to catch them fish. So, I'm definitely in favor of leaving it as it is. Like I said before, with 25 bait dealers across the state, I can't see where it's doing any harm. Thank you.
Do you operate your own boat?
Yes, sir.
You
Yes,
do?
sir. I'm a
Okay.
one-man
You
operation.
go on a boat and you do like Mr. Campo, get up in.
Oh,
the
no,
boat?
no, I don't catch live bait. I'm a charter captain.
Oh, okay, you're the charter captain.
Take fishing
Okay.
charter.
All righty. You just depend on him to catch the bait for
Exactly.
you. Okay. Any questions? All right. Peyton, I think that's, y'all got any questions for Peyton? If not, I think that's all we have for you today, Peyton.
Well, thank y'all.
Appreciate everything you done and do for the department. There, you do a great job for us. So thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
All right, the main topic. Mr. Adrians, you on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Despite what Mr. Garrett said, I would not object to no public comment. All right. Let's see. All right, so last month we had brought you a possible amendment to the spotted sea trout notice of intent. Y'all had directed us to come back and look at what we could give you in relation to zones. So, and the zones that were inquired about were, you just had a couple of presentations that showed you those zones, those traditional shrimping management zones. Zone 1 is that area from the Louisiana-Mississippi border to the Mississippi River. Zone 2 from the river to Freshwater Bayou over in the western part of Vermilion Bay. And Zone 3 from Freshwater Bayou to the Texas-Louisiana border. This is just another graphic, which you've already seen today, of those zones. So the proposed NOI amendments at the July 2023 meeting last month were statewide. As I mentioned, y'all directed us to come back and look at some zones, at different regulations in different zones. If we could look at that, the specific limits suggested were those you see below. In zone 1, a 14-inch minimum 15 fish bag. In zone 2, that central portion of 12 to 19 slot, 15 fish, 2 over. And zone 3, a 14-inch minimum 15 fish. So we can do some of those things. We can use projections from the statewide assessment to guide management. So we can calculate those harvest reduction levels within the zones. But since we can't do zone specific stock assessments, we can't give you a specific projection of what it would do to the stock in that specific zone. So if you're looking at zone specific reductions, if you can keep those as similar as possible, that's ideal to try to get at the overall reduction you're shooting for. As I mentioned, we can't project out what it does in the individual zone. And zone 3 reductions, when we looked at them, obviously that 15 fish bag limit has been in place for a while. And so we couldn't really give you any projections above 15 fish, what that would do in terms of reductions, because that 15 fish limit has been in place for some time now. And so if we looked at zone 1 and that 14-inch minimum length limit, 15 fish bag, that's about a 28.8% reduction. And that includes the elimination of captain and crew limits. Now, just a little information about zone 1. That's about zone 1 accounts for about 28% of the statewide harvest and about 23 to, well, call it 24% of the effort. Zone 2 with that 12 to 19-inch slot, 2 fish over, 15 fish bag, with the elimination of captain and crew limits, would give you about an 18% reduction in that zone. And that one reason that zone sees the majority of the state's harvest, 62.3% of the state's harvest, and a majority of the effort at almost 56%. In zone 3, if there were a 14-inch minimum and a 15 fish bag, that gives you about a 22% reduction in that zone. That zone accounts for the least of the harvest in the state at about 9%, but does have about 15% of the statewide effort. So some of the things we've discussed here in the past is that statewide 12 to 19, 15 fish, 2 over, which comes out to about a 16.4% reduction. And all these include elimination of those captain and crew limits. We had talked about a statewide 13 to 20-inch slot, 15 fish bag, 2 over. That gets you at about a 19.1% reduction. And you can see the zone ones we had just discussed previously listed in that last table. And those rebuild times are about 10 years with that first table, 6 years in that second table. The third table, obviously, we can't project that rebuild time. But if you use the lowest percent reduction in there, that would equate to a 7-year rebuild. Odds are it's likely slightly shorter than that, but we can't tell you for certain that it is. Then I put this table together. These are the closest reductions to 20% in each of those zones. And I can certainly, I'll flip back to this one in a minute. It's a lot to look at. But one thing I wanted to mention is when you look at these zones independently, not all the zones are going to have matching potential size and bag options at every percentage. So you can see there is a 16% in all the zones, but 17, 18, and 19, not every zone has that specific reduction available. It may jump from the 16 up to the 19, and there's nothing in between. But the closest to 20, I listed there some options, not as many as the previous table, which when I get to the end of the presentation, I'll put that table back up. But the amended notice of intent that's before you today. This would establish those different spotted sea trout size and bag limits by those management zones we discussed. As I mentioned, the rebuild time is likely closer to 7 years if we looked at the lowest reduction in each of those 3 zones. And the notice of intent, like previously, would eliminate bag limits for captains and crew. All the other previous stipulations in the notice of intent are there in regards to the stock assessment, the sunset provision. If something moved forward today, it would publish in the register on the 20th. We would have a one-time hearing on that amended notice of intent in this room at 10 a.m., September 21st. After that, all that public comment would be gathered and it would be sent to oversight for that 30-day oversight period. And on that timeline, if nothing goes wrong, we could publish as final November 20th, which is right at the deadline. And like other notices of intent, it gives the secretary authority to take it all the way through to final. And that's the last slide, but I'll flip back up to that table just as an example of those things that are around 20%. And I'll take any questions.
All right. Joe,
Jason, I think the chairman had a good idea, and I think the way you said it was, you can't do anything in each of the zones the same to make it statewide and accomplish the purpose. So I think that we're probably on the right track, especially after the testimony that we got last month of looking at it on a zone basis, which is the NOI before us today. The one thing that I had suggested to the department, and for whatever reason, you chose not to put it in the NOI, I guess because of what was discussed last month. But this does not achieve our 5-year recovery as presented. Am I correct on that?
You are correct. Our recommendation would still be a 20% reduction for that shortest recovery time period possible. When we split it out by zones for that particular example, 2 of them are over 20%, but the central zone remains at 18.
Where the most of the fish are caught, almost 2/3 of the fish.
Correct.
The suggestion that I made that's not included in this was if we simply went, and it was one of the things that you presented to us commissioners for our purview, was in zone 2, where they have stated time after time, we can't catch big trout. We only catch 12-inch. That's why the legislature overturned us, was listening to that. And they said they couldn't even catch 13.5-inch trout. And I'm kind of paraphrasing a lot of different statements. But if we change the slot from 12 to 19-inch to 12 to 18-inch, then we do accomplish the 20%. We get above 20% there, and we achieve the 5-year recovery just for that 1-inch concession on the top end, not on the bottom end. Is that a correct statement?
You may 1 second. The 12 to 18.
It was a rhetorical question.
You are correct. But yes, 20.7% prior to the elimination of the captain and crew limit, if you had a 12 to 18 2 fish over the slot. But that's statewide.
But in zone 2, if you change the slot from 12 to 19 to 12 to 18 and leave everything else the same, then you're above 20% escapement in zone 2 also, which means you achieve your 5-year recovery, theoretically.
Correct. I didn't have, if you look here, these are the closest to 20 in zone 2. These are by zone. So the 12 to 18, 15 fish is not up there because it did not get close to 20. When we broke it out by zone, I was looking at the statewide table.
Yeah, you did present us with a chart for our consideration, though, that had that I've got it here somewhere. That's my dog's picture. That's not it.
All these include the elimination of the guide limits.
Yeah, you had 15 fish, 12 to 18. It'd be 12.2, and I think that's without the elimination of the guide limit, so it'd go 21.2, 21.3, I think.
I don't recall that one.
Jason, I think he's referring to the, the document that we put together after the
Yeah.
last meeting. Is that what you're referring to, Commissioner McPherson?
I don't know, I just took a snapshot of it. when
Yeah,
I
I'm
got
pretty
it.
sure
It's
that was the
proof.
document that you had put together based on the conversations at the last
Yeah,
meeting.
so, but anyway, you're agreeing with me that if you go from 19 inch for your maximum length to 18 inches, then and everything else stays the same, then you exceed the 20% escapement. And so we're trying to accomplish the best that we can to do what our obligation is, preserve the resource first. And then after we've accomplished that, then trying to cater to the people that utilize that resource. And so I just want to put that out there. We've got several people here to testify, and I am going to be offering that as an amendment. So if people would like to speak on that as well, or as they come up. But if we do that simple change, that gives us the that gives us the 20% escapement coastwide or better, and we achieve the 5-year recovery. Right, yeah. Right.
You also, with that, you got 56% of your trout that's caught in the state in that zone right there. So the recovery would be a little quicker. But Kevin, you got a question?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions on the zone thing. I know it's something that came up at the last meeting, and I know it had been part of our discussion several times asking about zone. And it was always that everything was done statewide. So we may be rushing a little bit jumping into this, but I'm going to digress from that. How is enforcement going to work if I will fish and I dock in zone 3 and I'd end up fishing in zone 2? I don't know if that can happen often. I mean, y'all run charters, but sometimes you may be running into different zones. How does enforcement do that? Do they have to have a GPS? Do they have, is it where you dock? How does that work? I see that as being a problem for enforcement. I'm not sure how enforcement would handle that. So that was one of my questions.
So we had a little meeting with Jason about that before this presentation. And a couple of the concerns that we would have is you would basically, whatever zone you were stopped in, you would have to have that limit in that zone. And you would have to oblige that zone. So I think as a fisherman, you would have to traverse knowing if you're going into a greater zone, a greater limit zone, or whatever, however you want to describe it, and you go into a lesser zone, you would go with the one that you're going to end with the potential that you would be stopped in both zones. Does that make sense? And you would have to have no exceptions for traversing at that point. It would be impossible for us to, track that location down on every fisherman you stop. We would probably have to involve survey section in close cases where the line it's a close line case. We'd have to probably get survey section involved to make sure our stop is within the proper area and things like that. But you would have to have no exceptions on the traversing, and you'd have to have the limit for that zone, if you will.
Okay. What's that? Then also on the information, again, it's statewide information that we're trying to compute into this. I just think I said at the last meeting that I wanted to see zone management. I think it's something that we need to work for into the future. But I don't know that we need to jump into zone management if we don't have complete information. I know you're able to pull some stuff together, but you don't look real confident up there on the information you've given us that this is going to be, accurate. And I don't want to go in and make a decision on something that's not accurate when we can go to statewide and then work towards zone management.
So the reductions are fairly accurate. We can calculate those by basin, just from what we see in terms of landings and effort. It's ultimately the projection of what does that do to the stock in the end that we can't, because we can't do those assessments at that zone level.
Go ahead now.
You can't do it at the zone level, but you could be able to do it over the overall state at the end of whatever determined time that we decide to have a stock assessment.
Correct.
To see if we met it by doing it this kind of way. Is that correct?
Ultimately, all that data would feed in then into a statewide assessment. And we'd see statewide what the result is.
Okay. I do have another question on
Go ahead.
another issue though. I don't know if
Brandon
Commissioner
wants to speak.
Segrove finished.
Brandon wants to speak.
Well, I just want to finish up on,
No, you go
on a
ahead and
question
finish and then we'll go to Brandon.
dealing
after.
with moving that zone one from the east side of the river over to Bayou Lafourche. Is there, would it make a big difference as far as percentage, or could it remain the same as what is being offered? 14, I think on the east side of the river, it's 14 with
14 and 15.
and 15.
It's, so is in your question is moving the 14, 15 over to
Over
Bayou?
by Lafourche.
I think when we looked at that, and once again, we're starting to then now add multiple basins in, but I think the difference was it dropped us down into the 17% and 17.7% in terms of a reduction. For zone 2, when you added that portion into zone 1. So there's no real appreciable difference, but you do bring the reduction down because you're incorporating part of that area that's heavily fished and heavily harvested.
But only to 17%.
Correct, but
Does it increase more on the percentage in zone 2 then?
so when you, and then if you change the central zone, then to just incorporate those portions west of Bayou Lafourche, what ends up happening is at 15 fish and a 12 to 19 with 2 over, you're dropping that portion down to a 15% reduction.
Oh, okay.
You gonna drop
So
that.
that's not a
Yeah.
good thing. Okay, it was just a question. Thank you.
Brandon, you want that?
So, two questions, one more on the basin management side. If what I'm understanding, the way that your data points and how you collected the information leading up to today wasn't really based on zones, is that something that you can do in the future by collecting the data and the appropriate methodology for developing a basin management plan?
So that's always been our goal since we started La Creel, and it's just a matter of the quantity of, we have the fisheries independent samples, so the samples we take. We have the landings data. It's a matter of getting the length and age data at that basin level in a high enough quantity to have confidence. And then also, like we've discussed in the past, we've only had the basin level data since 2014. And that's kind of at the bottom of the stock or where the stock is headed down. So what's our management metric? We'd likely have to go to the literature, which is probably it would be a more restrictive spawning potential ratio than the statewide looking at the history of the stock metric. So it would, at the basin level, we could end up with more restrictive regulations in that sense.
So can you throw the slide back up with the zones for a quick second? So the way I'm reading zone one, that's the river that separates zone one and zone two.
It goes down the river and out South Pass, yes.
Right. So somebody that's fishing in the Venice area has got to make a calculated decision when they leave. Are they going to zone one or zone two?
And Venice falls in zone 2.
But if that would be on the west side of Venice, but if I went across and then I come back into Venice, I'm bound by zone 2 requirements, correct?
As I
Yeah,
understand.
whichever is of the least, if you will.
So we don't get the Mississippi rule, right? Where if I leave from Mississippi, fish Louisiana, I can keep my Louisiana limits and go back to Mississippi.
I mean, you're the commissioner. You can do what you, you can make a rule.
I'm just asking, just making sure I understand how this works. So for those that, and I mean, my appreciation is that little Venice area is sold pretty heavily to out-of-staters, if I'm not mistaken, right? Pretty heavy on commercial traffic, recreational people want to go down there and fish. What effect would it have if we moved the zone 1 line to the Empire jetties, where now you're allowing the folks that habitually fish that Venice area at least the opportunity to fish what everybody would understand as Venice and not be bound into kind of the Grand Isle, Central Coast, Homer region?
So the only thing I would see there is between the Empire jetties and say Red Pass or Southwest Pass is that yellow cotton area in there. And that's, there's a fair amount of 12-inch trout that come out of there at certain times of year. So I don't know how that user group would feel about that, because we haven't gone at this in terms of that fine scale.
Right. So maybe pushing this out and letting some of our user groups comment on it a little more heavily might be helpful to know what their opinions might be in those 2 zones. You don't have to.
I got one.
Gene, go ahead. You next.
Okay, last meeting, I voted to look at the zone thing, you know, as a courtesy to some of the commissioners and a courtesy to you guys. I felt then that you guys had some reservations. I'm an old biology teacher. I did it for years, and you're a scientist. And the one thing that I've learned about science and scientists is you're comfortable with some solutions and some you're not. I'm getting the vibe, and you don't have to answer, I'm getting the vibe that you're not comfortable with the zone thing because you feel like we don't have proper investigative data. And I've heard that from other folks too, that we needed more time to get into this. But you are more comfortable with the statewide proposal that we've been kicking around now for 6 months. So, I mean, you don't have to answer. I'm just kind of bringing it out. So, bottom line is, if the guys who are in the trenches and are not comfortable with the zone, I don't know that I can be. So I'm going to have to think about this before we vote. So I'm just feeling like we need to maybe do the statewide and look at the zone until we get more data. So anyway, that's just my statement. You don't have to answer.
Mr. Joe.
Jason, one thing you feel comfortable with, if we adopt the proposal that was presented last month in the NOI, you're comfortable that that doesn't meet the scientific objective of a 5-year recovery. Is that a correct statement?
I can't tell you for certain. I look at that and see the lowest reduction, or the minimum reduction there is 18%. That's the one I have to look at in terms of what might my overall reduction be. I can't tell you just because it might be 24% on this side and 28 on this side and 18 in the middle, that necessarily that gets us to 20 or higher.
No, I'm not talking about, you just stated the proposal today. I'm talking about the one that was presented last month, the 12 to 19 statewide.
That did not meet our our recommendation from the beginning of the 20%.
Correct. So that you feel comfortable out, that doesn't meet the 5-year recovery that we hope to achieve from our original proposal of 13 and a half, 15 fish.
Correct. That does not meet the 20%.
And again, if we adopt the zone proposal that the chairman came up with and just make the simple change of instead of 19-inch, 18-inch, then we do, to the best of our ability, we achieve our result of a 5-year recovery statewide.
So if all those zones are 20% or above, that would be the assumption. I can't tell you till we get to an assessment, but
You can't tell with any of them until you do the assessment. But I mean, at least
you're at
I used
20%.
the term theoretically earlier, at least based upon the data and the documentation and everything we have to go on. We've got something that caters to as many fishermen as possible. But what I think our constitutional obligation is to preserve the resource, and then we allocate the resource second. So the zones is an attempt to allocate the resource. The amendment that I'm going to propose is to protect the resource for all the fishermen and for future generations and achieve the 20% escapement coast-wide.
And just a note along those lines, zone 1 could be a 14, and I think it was mentioned, could be a 14-inch 25 fish and still be, I think, at 24%.
But that goes back to what we heard last month. Those people over there say we catch big fish, and they wanted to be more conservative than probably the department or the commission wanted to be. And so that's the way I think we wound up with the
Mr.
east
Chair,
zone NOI.
I'm going to ask that we
Yeah, we're
table
gonna go
our
ahead and take
commission
public-
discussions and take public comment on the
That's what we
item.
would-
And then once we have a motion, we
Yeah.
can resume debate.
Yeah, we'll do that right
fair
now.
with you guys.
We'll go ahead and let the public present. We'll start off with Mr. Rudy Hall. State your name and
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you again. I've spoken at several of these meetings. I strongly support the zone proposal. I think Chairman McPherson's consideration of maybe making an adjustment in zone 2 even makes it stronger, because then we're truly preserving the 20%. And I think that helps a lot. I had mentioned in the last meeting that in our area, fishing out of Shell Beach, and I've been buying shrimp from Campo since I was a kid, from his grandfather. And I can assure you, there's like 20 people lined up there at 3:30 in the morning waiting for him to open. So yeah, he's very critical to the recreational fishermen in our area for sure. But getting back to the point here, I think it's extremely important that we achieve the 20% and in every zone. I think that's doing less than that is not really fair to the next generation. And I think that's really important. I also wanted to give you some information that I kind of collected in the last 3 years, fishing some fishing tournaments, to give you an idea of the fish catches in the different areas, zone 2 versus zone 1. And this is a comparison of the Grand Isle Tarpon Rodeo trout catches over the last 3 years compared to the faux pas tournament in Venice over the last 3 years. Both of those tournaments fish on the exact same date. It's Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, the last week in July. So the conditions are exactly the same, tide conditions the same, everything's the same. Just to give you an idea of some of the results, the smallest trout, the third place trout in the faux pas tournament would have been the first place trout in the Grand Isle tournament. The third place trout in the Grand Isle, there were 38 trout weighed in Venice that were larger than the third place trout in Grand Isle. And this trend has gotten worse this year. Last year, there were 23 trout in Venice way greater than the trout taken in Grand Isle. And back 3 years ago, there were 9. So this kind of shows you, I know it's not a big sample size, but it shows you disparity in the 3 zones, the 2 zones, these particular zones. And I also think that the comment about having the border at, say, a Red Pass, or even a little further to the west, is important, because Venice, people that fish Venice are going to come in, even though they might be fishing on the east side, they're going to be coming in to land their fish in Venice. And to tell somebody that they fish Britain Sound out of Venice and they have to abide by the limit in zone 2, that's not going to work. So there has to be some kind of, enforcement condition that understands that I'm fishing out of Venice. So I fish out of the east side. I can't come back to Venice because Venice is located on the west side of the river where your boat trail is parked, and you're going to be cited for that side. So there has to be some determination. There has to be some adjustment to this to make sure you can do that. And if that says, it has to be fishing east of Red Pass or something like that, or some condition like that, I think that satisfies it very easily. But that's a little bit different than the landings. But anyway, that's what I have to say. I support the zones. I think it's really critical. I made a copy of this. So anyway, I also put the catches on from the last 3 foci on the backside, so you could see what those catches were. But I think that kind of is a point I'd like to make, that the zone is very helpful. It's important. The fishery is actually different, and it should be managed differently. I think that's critical. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to ask you, are you a recreational fisherman or a charter?
Yes, sir. I've been doing recreational fisherman for 60 years.
And where are you from?
I'm in Mandeville right now. Grew up in New Orleans.
Where do you usually fish? I'm sorry.
We fish out of Shell Beach, out of Campos Marina.
I'm with you. Okay.
And we fish mostly Britain Sound area, Lake Bourne area, all the way down to Venice. I fished out of Venice years too, probably the last 30, 40 years fishing out of Venice as well at different times. So those are the areas we fish. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Mr. Robert Campo.
Thank you guys for letting me, allowing me to speak again. Owning a marina, I respect what Rudy says. I've known Rudy for a long time. I took it upon myself to talk to my fishermen when they come in, how they did, whatever, how their day went. And, everybody's asking me about, well, when's this trout limit gonna change? What's the deal so far? I said, so kicking the can around, so to speak, I do a little survey myself. Most of my fishermen that come into our marina would like to see the 12-inch stay the same, the 19, 2/19 with a 15 fish bag limit. And, most people, and again, I respect what Rudy says, and, but they want to see it statewide. So, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, so to speak. They think that whatever, happens on our side of the river should be the same for Grand Isle and going down westward. So, with that said, I go with what my people want. So, I mean, if they want to go with a 12-inch, 2/19 with a slot and 15 fish, I mean, in the fall of the year down in Shell Beach, and Rudy could tell you this, I mean, I hear people complaining all the time about 11.5-inch fish, 11.5-inch fish at this time of the year when the water's hot. But, those fish are gonna be catchable fish come fall. That speckled trout will be 12.5, 13 inches during the fall. So, well, maybe not quite 13, but they'll be over the 12-inch mark. If it's 11 3/4 right now. So, and they're eating really well right now. So there's a lot of shrimp. I watch them when they clean them on the tables, on a fish cleaning table by the marina. Everybody's fish is, chocked up with live shrimp and, little gildy minnows. So, I mean, they're eating very well. So, again, that's what the people that I talk to would like to see. And I'm just passing this news on to you guys so you can make a decision. And as far as, I have a biologist sits in my parking lot daily, just about. So, and they do these creel checks, but our charter captains don't get checked. And I kind of see a problem with that. Not saying that they catch most of the fish, but why isn't their data being compiled with the rest of this data that's going, if the recreational sector is catching, 83% of the fish and, I mean, I got 100 charter captains that run out of Campos Marina. So somewhere along the line, these guys, they catch a pretty good bit of fish too. I mean, and you could ask Captain George how many times he's been, checked for his, to get the data from it, none of them get checked any, you know what I mean? I think their numbers is a real important part of this puzzle to put together so we can come up with a good plan.
Mr. Campo, you got a 3-minute rule right now.
Yes, sir.
And if you mind, if you can just wrap it up.
Yep, I did. I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hold on. We
I
got-
just want to make one comment. Just look at that top one right there. They're saying 12 inches with nine fish to be able to get to 19%. We're trying to get to 20.
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
And I mean, it's like, it's not just for us today. We're worrying about the people down the line. Your kids, your grandkids, so they can carry on tradition that y'all's family has for over 100 years. And that's key to everyone. And I mean, we have a responsibility here, and it's hard
I
walking
get
that
it.
line.
Look, Al, I understand, but when you talk to as many people as I do in a day, this is what they came up with, and this is why I'm here to share this information with you. So, I mean, however it works out, I mean, it's going to be what it's going to be. But again, I'm just telling you what my fishermen, would like to see.
Andy, you have a question?
Yeah, with the zone deal, man, I've got a lot of questions, but I'm gonna ask you one. With the zone deal, and you may be the only marina owner, maybe I didn't use the right terminology in the whole group that's gonna speak, but if not, I'd like to hear from everybody. But will it affect you what zone would you be in?
I'd be in zone 1.
Zone 1, okay. So is it gonna affect you if your clients and customers and so forth say, hey, look, I would rather fish in zone 2 than zone 1 because I can do this or that, or zone 3 because of this. How much is that gonna affect along every zone? How is that gonna interplay?
Well, I think this economically will cripple every marina on the east side of the river. If you want to know this,
That's what I want to know. Right?
Yeah, you know truth, that's the truth. It's going to cripple every marina on the east side of the river. Because people are just going to get disinterested. You know what I mean? Maybe, look, maybe they will, maybe they won't. But I know it's going to cripple the charter fishing industry for sure. are you gonna pay $300 to go out there to go catch fish? And they all gotta be 14 inches and you're not catching them? You're not gonna make the limit? I don't know. I mean, Mr. George Rick could tell you better than that, better than I could.
I'm very interested in that question.
Yeah.
And, you know, of course, I guess if eventually we go with zones, if that's the goal, we would have to look into, and we may go that way today, and that's why I'm asking questions. How do we?
We're gonna have an economic impact, I promise you.
Well, thank you.
Well,
for your answer.
thank you.
All right. All right, next speaker is Captain George Ricks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, I introduced myself earlier. One thing I'd like to start off by saying, and I've said this before, I think this department has some of the finest biologists in the country working for them. Not to suck up to Jason or anything, but we've had it out a few times. But, you know, I'm on the water just about 200 days a year with my charter business for 24 years. One thing I am in favor of, and I've never let any of my clients keep my captain's limit. I've never done that in 24 years. And that's one thing I'm in favor of, that, you know, not letting clients keep the captain's limit or the cruise limit. But, you know, my argument's always been, and with all due respect to Jason, that the data that he's going by is not accurate. As Robbie touched on, you know, and I've sent most of you commissioners pictures, as I said during this last meeting, of you know, hundreds of trout that I know are not being accounted for that charter captains catch. My problem is if you drop the limit to 15 fish, even at 12 inches, right now, they're saying that the average recreational fisherman catches of around, am I correct, around 3 fish per trip, less than 3 fish per effort, something like that. And that's at 12 inches. If you raise it to 14, how many fish are they going to catch per trip? And would an average recreational fisherman think that it's worth his while to go out to spend $100,000 on a rig and you know, $70 on live bait to go out to catch, you know, less than that amount of fish? I know my clients want limits. And a lot of times they give me problems because I don't let them keep my limit. And that's at 25. Another example I'm going to give you, I'm just going to tell you what happens to me. I'm going to relate. If the limit would have been 30 fish, I had 2 anglers last week. We would have been finished by 6:55 in the morning with 30 fish. So what do I do then? I have 3 choices. I can let them catch and release, which is further going to damage the resource. I can spend another $60, $70 on fuel targeting another species, of which we just changed the redfish limit, you know, to catch 3 redfish, or I can take them in. So I'm just relaying what happens in our area, what we have to go by. And I don't know what the answer is, but all I know is we're trying to fix an issue with rod and reel we can't fix. You know, we're trying to project what's going to happen in 5 to 7 years by fixing it with guys with rods and reels. And that's not one of the issues. The main issue is habitat and salinity. And I know in our area, we have to fix that. And that's my only comment. Thank you.
I've got a question for you. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask a lot of questions, probably of every one of y'all.
That's fine.
This is important to everybody and it's important to me. But I'm learning a lot. Okay. Out of a 25 fish limit, what is the percentage of a fish that's, I mean, are they all 12 inches or 90% of them are 13?
No, recently we've been catching bigger fish. So, you know, the day I would have been finished at 6:55, you know, most of them were 14 or better, but a lot of them were 12 to 13s.
Okay. So how much longer would it, I mean, I know you can't day in, day out, conditions are different and all that, but let's just go the day you're talking about. If you said, okay, we're only going to keep 13 or 13 and a half above, let's just 14, whatever the number is, but let's use 13. We're only going to keep 13 and we're going to get our limit 13 and above. So how much longer would that have taken to do that? Or is it possible to do that?
No, like you said, it depends on the day. There's, 3 of my last 4 trips, I was finished by 9 o'clock anyway. With the limit, with the present limits, and size limits. So, I mean, but in the wintertime, I mean, in the spring, 12 inches, if I got to go 14 inches, we're not going to catch our limit in early spring. Simple as that. My people, they look for numbers. They don't look for trophy fish. They like to catch, big fish is good, but they want numbers.
That was going to be my next question. And again, tell me where do you fish out of?
Hopedale.
Okay. Thank you. What zone would that be where you normally fish?
Zone 1.
Okay, thank you.
All right, moving on, our next speaker, Glenn Cormier, and try to keep it within the 3 minutes if we can, please.
Yes, thank you, everybody. I'm here representing Fly Fishers International Gulf Council. I'm the conservation director. I'm excited about this, gentlemen. I've been advocating for zone management for many years here in Louisiana. If you look at the 3 zones that we manage for shrimping and project those for fishing, they're as diverse as any 3 estuaries we have on the entire Gulf Coast. And so Florida and Texas do zone management, and their zones are not nearly as diverse as those 3 are. I would like to see a 14-15 for both east and west, as well as the 12-19 for the Central Coast. I don't fish the eastern zone like Mr. Campo and they do, but I do fish out west quite a bit because I live out there. I live not far from where you live, Mr. McPherson. Live in Boyce, Louisiana. We have kayak fishing clubs in Lafayette and Lake Charles that fish often in the Calcasieu and Sabine areas. I know a lot of folks who own boats that fish out there. I can tell you, well, right now we already have a 15 fish limit in place from Mermentau through state line. I can tell you most of the people I know, I'd say 90% would be in favor of a 14-inch minimum size limit for the west zone. But I want to share with you some information that I got off the CCA website. This is off the Star Tournament results. When they broke them up into zone starting in 2006 and up to 2022 last year, the largest fish overall has either come from the west zone or the east zone. There's never been a fish from the central zone that has been the largest fish of the year. In fact, in several years, the largest fish in the east or west zone was at least 2 pounds, in one case, 3 pounds heavier than the fish from the central zone. Also, there were 2 incidents where all 3 fish in the west zone, 1, 2, first, second, and third, were bigger than the largest fish in the central zone. So I'm trying to I guess, this is evidence that the west zone can produce big trout. And as such, I think we need to manage it. First of all, to at least get the 20% reduction. That's important. But on top of that, if we can put a regulation in there that'll help us produce the big trout that we used to catch and that we traditionally catch in that very fertile environment, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, you didn't, I got a question for you. Hang on. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have a question for everybody. All right, get used to that. All right, so in the central zone, what do you attribute the cause of that not producing the big fish?
Well, my wife was water quality manager for the state of Louisiana for DEQ. And she pointed out that because of the cyclonic currents, that's what they call it, from the in the Gulf of Mexico, the nearshore currents that bring in a lot of sediment and nutrients in from the Chaffalaya River and the Mississippi River that flow westward, that the fish have a harsher environment to live in in that, those estuaries, Barataria and Terrebonne estuaries, than they do in, say, in the east, the Pontchartrain Basin system and the Calcasieu system. So that's just a theory right there. That'd be a good study for somebody to look at, though, for sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I appreciate.
Thank
That's
you.
it. Thanks. Okay, our next speaker is George McCallahan.
Yeah, I'm George McClellan. I'm a retired physician, and recreational fisherman. I actually live about half a mile from here, but my group of friends, we fish the Leeville, Fouchon area. And they also fish the Pecan Island, area also. And what we've noticed is there seems to be a proliferation of sharks, every time that we're trying to catch fish. And 35 years ago, I weighed fished, no concern. And maybe 15 years ago, occasionally, we'd have sharks competing with those trout that we're trying to pull in. Now it seems to be every time, every location. And so if you have 20 trout in your boat and you missed 10 that got eaten by sharks, you really depleted the population by 30. Now, so I know that, this is not what we're talking about today, but this is part of the ongoing management. And I think this is only going to get worse in the future because what I've described is a trend. Now, it could be that some of these other people have not noticed this, and if this isn't the fact, we're smart people. We ought to be able to figure out if either the sharks are increasing in number or they're getting smarter. They see that boat and then they know this is easy picking, and so they come in. But this problem is only going to get worse if my observations are correct, and it's more widespread than just my group of friends and the Leeville, Fouchon, Pecan Island area. So.
All right, what do you attribute the shark problem to over the years? What's changed?
Well, I know it's, we're protecting sharks nowadays. We have seasons on them, and it to me, they're almost like feral pigs. They're coming in there and they've learned either there's a larger number of them or they have just gotten smart, and they know that boat is going to be easy picking and they come in. But we see them every place we go. Every place.
That's actually what the bear up in Northeast Louisiana have gotten so smart. When they hear a gunshot, they come to the gunshot.
Yeah.
So they can grab the deer. It's kind of.
I'd be interested, we have a lot of fishermen out here. Is this my observation or is this a general observation?
Thank you for your comment.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Chairman.
I'm sorry.
Yes, and the commission, I'm gonna ask Patrick, but I think it was 6-7 months ago, the commission took action to open the shark season back again because of some of the issues you're talking about, because the shark population is worse. And I just wanted to let you know, they closed it, but we took action to open it back up again for that's one of the reasons is hearing a lot of complaints about too many sharks.
All right. All right, thank you. Next, Captain Billy Jordan.
Good morning. My name's Captain Billy Jordan. I'm a charter captain out of Terrebonne area. One of the things is, I think somebody else, with all due respect, we don't think you've gathered all the available data. I've been to some of the public meetings and I've asked the question, you call the charter captains every week to find out where we launched, how many people we had, but you never asked me what we catch. That's one of the, and I was told, well, that's a different survey. Well, you're in the same, I've been in law enforcement 35 years. We gather every piece of information from everybody and we share it. United States Supreme Court ruled one officer's information is every officer's information. So I ask another question. Well, did we check with the enforcement? We've got one of the best enforcement agencies in the country. Wildlife and Fisheries, did we ask them, how many people did we find that had undersized fish or over the limit? We don't have access to that information. I'm about numbers, I'm about facts. So the one thing that nobody has mentioned when they got up here is the mortality rate of the speckled trout. You raise the size limit from 12 inches to 13 inches. Hook a fish, he's flopping around, hitting the boat. I'm picking him up, I'm grabbing him, and I'm putting him on then I turn him loose. Several states, Texas A&M did a study. They released 479 trout in a replicated enclosed area. And mortality, I don't know if y'all realize this, on a trout, it's gonna start from 12 to 72 hours. That's where you're really gonna find out the mortality rate. They found out that fish that were just caught in the mouth or an external hook, their mortality rate was relatively low in the fall and the winter, like 10%. You get a fish caught in the gills or the esophagus, and which they can true. You're gonna get that when you're fishing, especially live bait, and the mortality rate can go as high as 95% on the smaller trout like that. So trying to get to this 20% by raising the limit, you're killing 75% more fish than what you're going to kill in the beginning. And of course, in the wintertime, the mortality rate's going to drop as long as the fall. The spring and the summer, the mortality rate's going up. So we're doing worse damage. Of course, you got water temperature and dissolved oxygen and salinity. I mean, there's a lot more to do with that. But I say before we make any moves, let's get the facts. We have some of the best, we got the best college in the country. Why haven't we got some of the best minds in the country. Why can't I pull up anything from the state of Louisiana where they did scientific studies? When you send your agents out to a parking lot and you're asking mom and pop, what'd you catch today? He's picking a burger out of his nose. And another thing, when you're looking at, I'm going to address the issue of these zones. I'll be in zone 2 and yeah, lower the limit on zone 1. And guess what? I'm getting all his customers. If we still get customers. I was in Mississippi. I do all the boat shows. I travel the country and the outdoor shows and stuff like that. The reason we get the people that we get is our limits. Our area attracts people. Man, this is going to have an economical.
Billy,
it's not going to be good.
Yeah, we got you 3 minutes.
Yeah, I
You
know.
already spoke 4, but
Got a question?
Mr. Andy, he wants to ask you a question.
All right. So you, Captain Jordan, what zone would you fish in? Where do you fish from?
I'll be in Houma, Montague.
Is that zone 2? Okay. All right. How long have you been doing this? Long time?
20 years.
Okay. So in those 20 years, have you noticed a decline in the resource of trout resource? Or is it the same as it's always been?
Up and down. I noticed a big influx of people during the COVID, but like right now, you're looking at a 30-minute boat trip to catch your 25 trout. Okay, but we're probably killing an extra 30 on top of that because of under. If it was up to me, you want to see this 20% done? Tell them the first 25 you catch and you're off the water. We're gonna kill those 10, 11-inch trout anyway. So why waste the resource?
I got you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Anthony Capadovuso. You decline? Okay. All right. Next, we have Rebecca Trish.
Good afternoon. I'll try to be brief. I'm Rebecca Trish with Louisiana Wildlife Federation. We've spoken before over the last 2 years of discussing what to do about this decline that everybody is recognizing. Well, most people. I think I said before, I don't know what to say about the zone proposal. We'd have to talk about it internally. If you pass an NOI, we would certainly comment. I do want to say that we couldn't agree on the first proposals internally, just like those surveys said twice. So it still rests with you and the feedback that you're getting. I heard a lot of really good feedback in terms of how much people are noticing change and wanted to see action. You heard a lot of that from a lot of different voices last time. I think the one thing that we did want to point out, even hearing the first recommendations to meet the 5-year recovery goal, was simplicity was probably very helpful. And it surprises me that there's a lot of commonality in these zones that I think the department was trying to reach. There would be less confusion, just making sure you were in the right zone and you were meeting that slot in 2 if this were to go forward. But some of the other things are similar to remember. We all agree there's an urgency here. So, 2 years ago, talking about a 5-year recovery, that has not been started. So we're already 2 years behind. So if you want to drag it out to 7 years, you're really 9 years into a recovery since this has been recognized as a decline in the fisheries. And now we're seeing a decline in redfish that, had recovered once people reduced their take. And I think some people, maybe younger people, just don't remember how terrible those numbers were for redfish. We really limited take and they recovered. And now we're back hearing that, there's a reduction there. I know some people don't, we can all talk about habitat, and I want to take a minute at the end of my 3 minutes to counter some things that are said, but take is a factor. That is a thing that we can control. That is what the discussion is here. I'm not saying this for you guys. I know that you know this, but for people who are listening now and in the future, some of this is tragedy of the commons, cherry picking data and anecdotal evidence. You can Google that, but that, is not science. And we have to really rely on that. And to say that you like the data that the department captures when it meets your needs, and then other times you don't believe what they have, collected, is not logical for sure. I don't mean to be a lecturer. Look, I love to eat shrimp po' boys. I want to eat one every day. To deny that I'm gaining weight from eating shrimp po' boys every day is just, is not logical. I think, sometimes you got to change. We're seeing the data. I know people don't want to hear it, and that's what's happening. I finally want to say, I just have to say this. This is Rebecca Trish. After working in, coastal restoration and, being from Louisiana and hearing this, freshwater does not kill an estuary. Freshwater makes an estuary. When freshwater meets the sea, that is what creates abundance. It changes what can live. I'm not going to even say saltwater kills. Sharks and porpoises need saltwater too, but an estuary zone with intermediate brackish is the most productive in the world. And I would argue Louisiana has the most productive, probably next to maybe Alaska, in terms of what we've gotten used to taking. And this zone 2 contains an area that is losing the most, is experiencing the highest rate of land loss in the world. You're just going to see an effect from that. And habitat is numero uno from
That kinda neat,
Louisiana
you know.
Wildlife Federation's opinion. Thank you.
I tell you what, you forgot about me.
Rebecca, you got one?
So your organization, what is your feedback specifically? You mentioned the word simplicity and I just kind of jumped on that because what simplifies things for your organization or the folks that you represent, I guess? A zone deal or just a one size fits all or what? What? makes it-
Yes, yes. One size fits all makes it easier for anyone coming in to fish, anyone, moving throughout the different estuaries and systems. That does seem to suit the best, as long as it meets a 20% reduction in 5 years. And so, I'd have to talk about the zone issue. Slots, when you change the slots, that reduces the simplicity where you could come up and say, I didn't know, I wasn't keeping the right amount because it drifted over here. We hear a lot of our members go out of Venice, Leeville, Grand Isle, some on, from the Pontchartrain system out of, Hopedale, go to Wrigley. So you hear we hear a lot of different feedback on that. People who tend to join our group of members are people who understand that it is about habitat and willing to make sacrifice and understand that what they're seeing may not be the full picture.
And forgive me for not knowing a lot of really anything about your organization. I'm sorry that I
No
don't,
worries.
and hope that doesn't offend you.
Mhm.
But how many members do you represent that fish and trout fish?
Well, they are all outdoor enthusiasts. And so how many fish and particularly, I can't say, because some of them are bass fishermen. Some of them are saltwater fishermen. Some of them just do all the things. They bird watch, they hunt, just depends on the season. They're camping, they're paddling, some are paddling, go catch the fish. Some of them are, they just do all of that. So to say how many there are, I will say that we have more than 5,000 individual members and we have 4,000 among our affiliate organizations statewide.
And that's
So,
in statewide.
yes. And so, so we just promote feedback to you guys. We do ask internally among our members, especially our leadership that represent from these different areas, what they think about these proposals. And that's who we're representing. A lot of our positions are on our website.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I have a question, please.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
Unlike Commissioner Brister, I'm very familiar with your organization. And I'd be surprised if there wasn't unanimity within the organization that we need to have a recovery of the resource in as short a time as possible. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct. Yes.
So I think that your organization would support a proposal that had the 20% escapement and had a 5-year recovery.
Yes. Yes. But we are sensitive to how people fish and what people, the time and the economics it takes to get out there. And I could say more about charter attitudes and the people that we hear from, our colleagues that come from out of state and end up here, they're just astonished at the number. Most of them tell me, I really enjoyed being out there and we did not catch our limit. And I was just happy because they're just not used to that. We're used to this high number catch. A lot of states are not. And I just will say this, that the friends that I know that go, a lot of people like to go to Orange Beach from Louisiana. It's really easy to get to. And some of them will charter out. Nobody complains because the limits are.
And I appreciate you saying that. One of the things that I've heard 2 or 3 times today about the economics of this and how it's going to destroy the guide industry and the fishing, and all. Well, I'm from the country, but I look at Texas and I look at Mississippi and Alabama and Florida, and I look at their limits and all I've seen is their license sales go up since they put their regulations in place. And they've got a much better tourism industry than we do based upon their fisheries. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks. Next, Richard, you the final one.
All right, last but not least, right, Richard Fisher, 4409 Meadowdale Street in Metairie. I'm the Executive Director of the Louisiana Charter Boat Association. Thank you all for allowing me to speak here today. And I also really want to thank you all for really going out of your way, I feel like, to try to work with everybody and listen to everybody and want to make sure that we're doing this right and not just getting it through. So I feel like that intent is definitely there, and I greatly appreciate y'all for that. So we've, since the commission agenda and the NOI has been put out, we've done some polling, had some conversations. Remember, we kind of elected leaders in various areas of the state to kind of see if they could create a consensus and an opinion from those areas. We also put out polling out there to try to find out what our guides think of this zone management proposal compared to some of the other proposals that have been put out there. And what we found is that our guides are still in favor of the 16% approach of 15, 12 to 19, 2 over 19, and then removing the guides limit. That is still the #1 most popular option to our guides. Past that, the next most popular option of what's on the table right now would be the zone management approach. Now, there's some issues with the zone management that a lot of our areas have, like the Venice guys want to be in zone 1, the St. Bernard guys want to be in zone 2, Slidell guys would rather be in zone 2, but they could live with being in zone 1, and the Lake Charles guys, just like the Slidell, they could live with being in zone 3, but they'd rather be in zone 2. So there may be some shuffling of the zones to make everyone happy. While I think the concept is outstanding and I'm really glad we're talking about it, I'm just not sure we're quite there yet with maximizing how happy we're making everyone out of those zones. There may be consideration to doing 13 inches plus a slot limit. And in my conversations and in my polling, that has not been popular with our industry. One thing that I did want to mention as it pertains to the guides limit. So I've been forthright with you guys for a long time, letting y'all know that there is a majority of our fleet that wants to get rid of the guides limit. With that said, we as an organization that represents their best interests has always been hesitant to want to be in favor of getting rid of the guides limits where we're giving something up without feeling that we're getting something in return, on top of course, the real savings that we're getting for doing that. Because, you know, we're only 16% of trout harvest. So it's kind of like, why do we have to give more and the 84% doesn't? But with that said, on the guides limit, there was a proposal during the working group that came from a charter fisherman that not from the association, from a charter fisherman that was willing to come forward and get rid of the guides limit. That was when we were talking about a 15% cut on trout to go from 15 to 16%. And the industry was willing to step up and make that cut to get a little bit closer to 20%. Now that we're possibly talking about options that are even exceeding 20%, I have to point out that the necessity to get rid of the guides limit for that extra 1% isn't there anymore. So I'd really like it if y'all considered maybe 5 trout per guide. So you're reducing the guides limit, but you're not totally getting rid of it. That feels like a pretty fair compromise if we're already, you know, assuming the conversation gets to a place where you're already reaching those benchmarks that you guys want to get to. And I think that's all that I had for you guys. And I'm happy to take any questions. I already see you reaching.
What did you say your #1 thing was?
It was the proposal that came out of the working group, which was 15 trout and a slot of 12 to 19 inches and 2 over 19 inches, while also removing the guides limit. And to those listening, I'm very aware that we've got big trout charter captains that are not going to be happy with that and not going to be happy with me saying that. But, you know, majorities are majorities and minorities are minorities. And while I feel so much for them, you know, you gotta have the majority rule, especially when it's an overwhelming majority.
And that's a 16% reduction?
Yes.
So what's the economic impact of the zones, in your opinion?
Yeah, I'm glad you said my opinion because I couldn't give an
No,
official
no,
statement on
I know
that.
You can't give an industry. opinion.
I would say that it would be difficult for our Saint Bernard guys because as was mentioned earlier, there are several times during the year, especially during the spring, where it's tough to find the trout that reaches 14 inches. I think that it wouldn't affect our Venice guys if they are in zone 1 too much. Our Slidell guys could probably be okay with it. Our Lake Charles guys would probably be okay with it. And our Lafitte, Grand Isle, Fouche Parish and Terrebonne Parish guys, that would probably be the best result that they could hope for, given all of the options that are out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, one more, Al.
Thank you. Do you think that no matter what happens, that people in your organization are going to be happy? The large majority?
I think no matter what happens, there's going to be a lot of huge outcry out there. But I truly believe that the smallest outcry would be the working group recommendation based off of all the conversations and polling that we've done.
You were here at the last meeting and you heard what a lot of the majority of the charter people that were here at the last meeting had to say.
Yes.
And it's not what you're representing as a whole.
It's not correct. That is a very small minority of
You
the
know,
Louisiana
so-
charter sector as a whole, which is about 940 guides right now.
I appreciate you being honest with us all. This is a challenging situation for us. And we're having to look at something that we're going to be able to carry on for future generations. This isn't about us today.
Yeah.
This isn't about us. And we need to be aware of that. You know, so trying to do something now that it'll make the people that are our ages happy is really kind of irresponsible, in my opinion. And as much as I want to be able to keep fishing 12 inches and 25 fish, I know in my heart of hearts that we can't do that. And we need to try to at least do something for a few years to see if we can get back to something where we see an increase. And you know, I only have a few more months on this commission, but it's important because speckled trout is something I grew up with. I mean, it's our state fish. You know, it's all, you know, what was our most important fish growing up and through today. And I don't want to see it to where our kids are and our grandchildren are looking back on the decisions we made today that are going to be saddened by what we've done. And and we have all these other outside issues that we can't control, like habitat and environmental issues. And those are going to continue. So I appreciate you listening to me. One of the main things is that I know that the organization's not going to be happy with no matter what we decide.
May I add something to that, Commissioner Sinceri?
Sure.
Okay, and I agree with everything you said, but I did want to add to it that this 16% reduction that was coming out of the working group is a 10-year recovery timeline. It's not 5, it's not 7, but it is 10. So that would be for people's opinions to decide whether that's irresponsible. And I'm not accusing you of saying that you said that it's irresponsible. I
But-
just wanted to say that for the record.
And I appreciate that. And I'd like to follow with this. That's barring that we have any kind of major hurricanes and barring that we have freshwater events that occurred like we did for previous 10 years leading up to where we started on this and the freezes, you know, and those factors are, you know, impact this fishery so much. I mean, I remember being out in Golden Meadow in the middle of a freeze and there were dead fish I could walk on in just a few years ago in the spring. I mean, it was in the late winter, almost spring. So thank you.
Thank you.
Richard, I just want to make a quick comment. I have gained tremendous respect for you. Not that I've always agreed with your position, but the way you present your position, I think that you do it correctly, and I think you're a real advantage to the folks that you represent.
Thank you.
Basically, I think what's going to be decided today is either kick the can down the road, which would be the worst decision we could make. We've done that way too long now. The resource is in trouble. Everybody acknowledges that. We need to do something. So we're back to what you're saying, either the original proposal that we didn't go with the last time, the 12 to 19. And I think y'all should be complimented by putting the guide limit on the table. One thing that I've learned is basically that guide limit is a violation of the law because you're letting you're in too many cases, letting the clients catch it and keep it, as opposed to them taking 15 fish home every day that they fish. But what hadn't been addressed, if we're so close to achieving a compromise that allows a 5-year recovery instead of a 10-year recovery, and change is difficult because it's an unforeseen. A wise man once said that change is difficult because there's those that will be affected negatively by the change, and the rest of the people don't know how it's going to affect them. But I'm gonna offer my amendment in a moment that whichever way we vote, at least if we go from 19-inch to 18-inch, according to what I've heard time after time, there's no 18 fish in zone 2 anyway. So you don't have to worry about catching one of them. If you did, we'd let you keep 2 of them over. But we achieve the scientific goal of 20% escapement coast-wide, and we get twice as fast a recovery for everyone to be able to benefit from and enjoy. And then some other commission is going to decide what happens then. Is a salinity been good enough? Have we not had the freezes? Have we not had the hurricanes? Can we go back to being, 25 fish at that point, But, I just wanted to thank you for the way you represent yourself and your organization and for the concession that y'all made on the guide limit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Kevin?
Yeah. No, Mr. McPherson, that was all well said, and comment what he said. You do present yourself well, and that's impressive, and you do a good job for your people. And I know we have a duty to get to our 20%, and that's important, but we also, if we not sure, we have to get something done today. If we get 19%, is that better than kicking down the road another 4 or 5 years? If we get something going in the right direction, 20% is great. I want to see 20%, but I also don't want to sit here and continue. We talk about our future, our kids and the future resource. If we keep fighting that it's 20% and that's it, we're not doing anything for the future. We're going to continue to kick it down the road for another year, another year, another year. So I think we need to look at least being, to think about a different option that would not reach 20%, but something that will get us on the right track. And then we still talking about sunset. In 3 years, we're going to have information. We're going to get information saying how much it's improved, what we've done. There's proposals that are in the 7-year range, in the 6-year range. I just think we need to think about that. So that's my point. I don't know if anyone else has anything to add on that.
No. Richard, I'll just compliment you on, the way you present yourself and, in your organization it's well taken by all of us. We know today that we got a difficult decision that we got to make, and it's not going to be pleasant for 100% of the people. And I've pretty much said that, told all my other commissioners, we're going to come up with some type of solution today. And I'm not sure exactly where we're going to go at, but we're going to debate it here until we do have a solution. today on it, because we're not gonna kick this can down the road and wait another year when we have a species that's in trouble that needs help right now. So with that being said, if nobody else has any other questions for Richard, and I don't guess anybody else in the audience has anything out of cards that the audience wants, so.
Mr. Chairman, at
okay.
this time, I'll do what I've been promising. That I would like to,
Okay,
I'd like to propose a motion that would be the NOI before us today and simply change the 12 to 19 inch to 12 to 18 inch. With that simple amendment, we achieved 20% plus escapement statewide to achieve the scientific goal of a 5-year recovery. And then if we will put it in that posture, then we can debate last month's motion, I assume, that some seem to be in favor of, opposed to the zone management that you proposed.
right. Do we want to put a sunset on that to review it? Yeah.
Well, that would be.
I can't
That
make
would be,
them.
that would be on the, does the, what do you call that in parliamentary question? Does the NOI have a sunset on?
It contains all those previous
It's got a
provisions, which
sunset already.
includes the
Okay.
sunset.
I
Yes.
didn't-
So if I could get a second on my motion.
We got a motion by Joe. Anyone wants to make a second on it? All right, we got a second. Now we'll go into
And then I'll,
discussion.
Offer a substitute motion.
Okay.
The substitute motion will
We
be
got a
the,
substitute.
right, the substitute motion will be the recommendation in the middle as previously discussed by Jason, which is the 13, 20, 15 fish, 2 over for statewide 19.1% reduction.
What you say? What is this? 13?
13, 20, 15 fish, 2 over,
2 over 19,
2 over 20.
2 over 20. And,
It's up here.
and what,
Second one.
that's statewide at 19.1%. Okay. Now, Jason, with that, does that give us our 5-year recovery?
That's approximately a 6-year.
Does it have the guide reduction in it also?
It does.
All right, we got a substitute motion by Brandon. Anyone wants to second it? We got a second by Gene on it. Now I'll go up for discussion again.
Commissioner DeQuier, do you have any inference that this is supported by any of? It really hadn't been discussed, is the reason I'm asking this. We're gonna be looking at opposition, or we're gonna destroy our opportunity to go ahead and put a rule in place if we have legislative oversight again? Do you have any inferences or?
Not directly. The only inferences that I have is based on the basin management plan. Having been a little bit hurried and rushed, and maybe the zones could be a little more adjusted such that it probably would be a better plan, but as presented now, I think it gives as much consternation as the other one. But at least with the 13, or at least with the plan that I've offered in the substitute motion, I mean, we're talking a delta of 0.8%. I would rather try and find something that's a solution statewide that's easy enough for everybody to abide by, and, you know, gets us as close as we can to it within a recovery style plan that is sunsetted, which would require this commission or the next commission that's here to take an affirmative step to either reconstitute that regulation, or it just falls back to 12 25. I mean, at least this gives us a shot at meaningful recovery for a few years.
Well, my amendment allowed a 5-year recovery and go to the zone management, which has been out in the public, which has been discussed since it last. This hasn't been out at all, hasn't been discussed. We've got no input on it. And to me, this is just probably kicking the can down the road again. This is saying that we're not going to do anything. But I can't imagine that the legislature would have killed a 13 and a half, 15 fish limit, but now they're going to go along with a 13 to 20 inch slot and a 15 fish limit.
Yeah, that's, yeah,
Well, I'm not sure, that that you're not gonna get oversight on going into that central zone where most of the voters are, where most of the fishermen are. If we go to, we're looking at oversight on probably the plan where we're moving this one to 20%, where you would move it to what, 12 to 20? Oh, no, you'd move it to 13. What was your proposal? 13 to
12 to 18.
12 to
As
18?
opposed to 12 to 19.
12 to 18. Yeah, you're already getting kickback from talking to some people about having the 19, the 12 to not having the 12s. You still have your 12s in there, but they're gonna kick back on that one. And I talked to someone on the Natural Resource Committee, and they talked about anything going up on size on there would be probably more than likely kicked back to us.
And I think what your reference is what we're trying to accomplish. It's a 12 inch that they're not willing to go up on, but that's exactly what Commissioner DeQueer has proposed, is going from 12 inch to 13 inch. And that's the kickback. That's what killed the 13 and a half inch proposal, is that in that central zone, they want to catch 12 inch fish. That was the whole thing that killed our original NOI. This preserves my proposal and the NOI before us today, preserves the 12 inch. So hopefully that satisfies that member of the Natural Resources Committee and the rest of them and the users group. At any time, this commission can come back and make a change. It's got a sunset in it, so you got to review it within that sunset period, which I assume is 3 years, Jason?
It's into the 4th year, we'd present the assessment.
Yeah.
And I think it's 4 years because we would present you the assessment in year 4.
Yeah, but I would definitely oppose the substitute motion, which goes from 12 inches to 13 inches, because I think that's DOA. No one, I've heard no one that has suggested that for the central zone. I've heard nothing, but we want to preserve the 12 inch.
Brandon, your motion would have the sunset in it also?
Yes.
All right.
My opinion on it, being in zone 2, yeah, I think that the 12 inch has to be there. 13 inch, they're gonna go to Baton Rouge and they're gonna fight that. It's gonna go to oversight, and then it's like Mr. Joe said, it's gonna be kicked down the road, and then we're not gonna gain anything from it. Right there. They want the 12 inch. Right there. I think they would compromise with the 18 inch also. Right there, but obviously I can't make the motion. So we need an.
We've got a motion and a second on the substitute motion.
So we got a.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, Commissioner Brister.
Well, I was asked, when do I get to ask questions to
You
Jason?
can ask right now.
You can ask now.
Because I didn't before, and I was asked to wait till we got through with that. I just want to make sure I get my questions in.
Yeah.
Is that now or later?
During
You can
discussion
ask.
is the appropriate
Yeah,
time. It
because
sounded
we
like
got
the
first
chairman
and
was moving to get to the question. So yeah, if you wanted to continue discussion, feel free.
Yeah, I've learned one thing that Commissioner McPherson would make a great defense attorney, criminal defense attorney. He and I in a courtroom would have a lot of fun. Okay, so, yeah, and I think that goes to one of the questions, but let me ask you this. I see in this piece of paper here that, with this slide here, I'm looking at it on my sheet. The 13 to 19, I see 13 to 20, slot 15, 2 over is 19.1 with a 6-year recovery. What does the 13-19 do to recover? Not 12-19, but 13-19.
Correct. That's, let me go to this slide right here. At least in zone 2, are you talking statewide?
Well, statewide, yes.
Statewide, a 13 to 19, 15 fish is 20.8%. If you added the guide limit, you're at 21.8.
Okay.
And that's what the 2 fish are.
When we're talking about gathering data to ensure the accuracy of the zones, how do we gather that data versus how it's already been gathered? In other words, I'm wading out to the deep end of this water, having not gotten to the shallow end first. Okay. And that's where I am. So I know there was something passed last time. Obviously, a lot of discussion went into that, several years apparently of studies. So was that information that was gathered, was that the vision of that information, was it a statewide thing, or the vision of that information a zone thing?
It's yes and no. So we gather information at.
You wouldn't make a good witness, by the way.
We gather information at the basin level. Right now, we can only produce that assessment statewide, but we have those data at the basin level. So the landings, the removals, we have some of that length and age data. We don't have enough to do the individual basin assessments, but when we're calculating these reductions at the zone level, it's looking at the landings in those zones and what's the reduction in that zone. And the equivalent then size and bag limit based on the size distribution of the harvest in that zone and the bag limit distribution in that zone.
So if we pass something that is statewide today, and do we wait till the sunset until we go back and look at zones? Is that how that works? Or would you go ahead and look, okay, the zone, what's currently being done? I'm sorry.
My understanding is, Jason, that y'all are currently doing that. You just don't have that culmination of information, but that's an ongoing process that you're currently involved with, that at the end of that time, you would have by zone, as I appreciate what you've done.
Well, we would bring you a statewide assessment in 3 years. We could give you information by zone, but we still wouldn't be able to project by zone or give you the detailed information of in zone 2, what did that portion of the stock recover to versus statewide.
Okay. All right. So the oversight, what gave them so much heartburn over 13 and a half? I mean, was that what gave them heartburn? Is they want 12 inch? Is that, I mean, maybe y'all don't know. I mean, maybe I'm asking something I shouldn't ask, but I'm trying to figure out where the heartburn is. Because here's the deal. I come from an attorney perspective. I go in the district court, we get a decision, it goes to the appellate court, and they tell us what we did or didn't do wrong, or what they want or didn't want. And now I have to come back and look at it and say, well, how do I satisfy the appellate court? And that's just my perspective, because that's just what I've been doing. That's my life. So is there any insight into what the appellate court's doing here, the oversight guys, as far as 13 versus 12, 14 versus 13 and a half? I mean, it all seems semantics to me.
What we got back was that the NOI, as it went up originally, was deemed unacceptable. There was a lot of testimony regarding 12 inches and 15 fish, but and Cole can correct me if I'm wrong, there was never really any clear indication of what would like to be seen.
I see.
Feedback that I got, not even, I'm not talking about from from the oversight, but some from just fishermen was a half inch was a big thing. Why have a half inch is one of the problems. And listen, it's science. They come up with science, it's 13 and a half inches. But the half inch gave them a lot of heartburn in the fishermen that I spoke with and some on the oversight committee.
And that half inch was us trying to meet that 15 fish bag limit that
Right.
we heard a lot of testimony about.
Right.
How long does it take a trout to grow an inch?
Conservatively in the summer, probably a month, and that's being conservative. It's a little less different times a year. If it's colder water, less prey available, but it's not long in the summer. Now, you heard some testimony about spring trout, maybe some winter trout. There would be some seasonal variation. There would be some times where some of those bigger trout are not as available as they are later in the year, just because of the life cycle.
I am concerned, the zone thing, I am concerned about the enforcement. Again, I'm a prosecutor as well as a lot of other things in my practice. And I've worked closely with agents for 20-something years now, as a prosecutor, getting in court, trying to enforce things, trying to help them make their cases and so on and so forth. It does cause me some concern, and I was glad to hear the comments from enforcement earlier about the impact on that. It seems to how much information. I mean, was this the first time that this meeting that took place this morning between enforcement and you, was that the first thought enforcement went into this zone deal?
No, we had emailed back and forth previously about zones, but we were discussing more particular examples, but
Was that just since the July meeting, or is this over the course of all of this that's been going on for all these years?
well, zones really weren't that much of a discussion up until the last
Into
meeting, so there
July.
wasn't as much
Oh.
discussion. No.
Andy, if I may.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
And I'm just, the zones is kind of like the shrimping. When you're in Venice, you can choose whether or not you want to go fish zone 1 or zone 2. It's just a matter of crossing over the river.
Right.
Right there. And then it's the same concept that you use. If you're catching shrimp in zone 1 and if zone 2 is closed, you don't want to get caught in either.
Yeah, I
zone,
understand.
right
I
there.
just,
So and that's really the only spot in the state, unless you rat on the freshwater river on the east and west side, but there's really no dock side there.
and I guess the headache that I foresee, and I'm trying to just process this stuff, and I needed to go to the restroom a long time ago. I'm gonna have to find out what NASCAR drivers do if we keep having these meetings like that. So the people who have invested in boats and camps and so on and so forth, who have left whatever part of the coast that they're used to fishing in and going out to these other parts, it just seems to me, and I guess I'm thinking outside and someone help me here. It just seems to me that they've invested a lot into that. And the idea that, if I come back to where my camp is, my boat is, whatever they're coming back to, whether that be charters or whether that be recreational fishermen or whatever, it just seems to me that that's an inconsistent result, that just because they've in the past, that's where they invested, they're going to get tickets now for coming back to that area, or they got to not, it just seems like an inconsistent result. And I don't know how to put that into words really, but I just feel, I don't know. There's something in me says if I invested in all of that, I just don't know that I would like the fact that I could get a ticket for leaving there and going in the open waters and doing something and coming back to my home. And maybe there's a workaround that can be done there. But that gives me a little concern. I think, let's see, let me look at my notes here. Yeah, how often do y'all gather the data that's coming in about the amount of trout that are coming in? How does that, is all that just been done in the past and we're just working with that information? Or is this data being gathered at all the time?
It's all the time, almost daily.
Okay, and how is that gathered?
So it's the survey in terms of landings is two parts. There's an effort side, which is phone and email, asking about how many days in the week you fished. And we do that weekly so that we try to eliminate recall bias. We get our catch rate stock side. So the comment that was made earlier about not seeing a charter fisherman's catch, well, that's not necessarily needed because we have those catch rates. If we have their effort, we're applying those catch rates. So it's a standard two-part survey. We also have all our independent field sampling that we do daily year round, where we set our nets to collect trout data. So it's all that data is constantly being gathered.
Yeah. So thank you. And I am listening. I might be looking at my papers, but I'm listening. And as I look, so if whatever we do, and I agree, we got to do something. My father always said, do something. If you're going to be a good leader, do something, whether it's right or wrong, make a decision because people respect decision makers. And so I totally agree with that. And I want to make one today and I'm going to do the best I can to do the right thing for the resource and everything else. So is there a mechanism, whatever we do today, and I'm not sure yet what that is or what I agree with yet. I'm still processing the information. Whatever we do today, if this information is consistently coming in and we get 18 months out, 2 months out, and we go, look, we're not accomplishing anything. This is just not accomplishing our goals at all, any goal at all. Is there emergency orders or what would be the procedure for us saying, look, we're going the wrong direction here. We got to do something. This didn't work. Is there a way to do that in a less than a 3-year period or 4-year period?
Well, I'd let Cole speak to emergency procedures, but in terms of seeing what's going on with the stock, we would want at least 3 years. We'd want to
Okay,
run
I
a
see.
full assessment 3 years after any management change.
From a biological standpoint, you need those results need to come over a long period of time.
Correct.
I got you. Okay.
Cool. Just going to answer from a procedural standpoint, all it takes is a notice of intent. The commission at any time can adjust size limits and bag limits. So, I mean, that would just take a notice of intent process. 120 days, but biologically, yes, you're going to want to see what the results of what you've implemented and see how that bears out.
Okay. So right now, for clarity, what we have on the table is we have an NOI with an amendment of the zone 2.
What you have on the table right now in the form of a substitute motion is a statewide 15 fish bag limit with 2 over the limit, 13-inch to 20-inch slot. It's what you have in the form of a substitute motion in a second. That's what is before the commission.
Okay, so that's what we would be voting on right now.
Correct.
Okay. And the substitute motion, say that again, 13 to 19,
No, sir. 13 to 20
13 to 20. Okay.
slot, 15 fish bag limit with 2 over the slot.
And that's a what percentage?
That is a 19.1% reduction with an estimated 6-year rebuild time.
And was that, and I've got notes on that somewhere, but just for the ease of reference here.
It's the second one on the screen.
Was that what was proposed last month?
No.
No,
There
This is
was,
never, this is a
Haven't
new
been
proposal.
proposed. No.
there was a substitute.
there
motion
was a
last month.
substitute motion in the July meeting again by Commissioner DeQueer.
Okay.
Don't believe it got a second. So it did get a second. It did not get a favorable vote.
And the 2 over means that the people who like catching big fish, that's all they can do is catch the 2 over. Is that because they produce more little ones because they're over 19 or 20 or whatever the number might be?
Well, I'm not sure where they go, what they do, but we discussed, in terms of statewide, the harvest over 19 inches is about 3% of the harvest.
And
overall.
I know we got to make a decision, but I did listen to the shark thing, and I did listen to the, I've caught a lot of fish, and you catch them in the gills, they're dead. Is that built into our numbers there, that?
So we account for discard mortality. What we use is 10%, but that's an annual. When we put it into a stock assessment, we're looking at an annual average of discard mortality. And several meetings ago, maybe even last year, and the year before, we presented some information on the various studies throughout the Gulf on discard mortality of trout. All the other states use 10% as an annual average. And honestly, with any change made, as long as that discard mortality is 49% or less, we're still gaining fish.
Andy, Joe's motion was 12-inch, 15 fish with 18-inch slot with only possession of 2.
2 over the slot.
Right.
If I can,
And then that percentage, I think, was 20.9% recovery, 5 years.
And that's in zone 2.
That's in.
Zone 1 and 3 would say.
Was, yeah,
I got you.
right. That's
if
it.
I can make one
So-
comment for Commissioner Brister, last month, the proposed NOI was the top of Jason's slide up there. See where it says 12 to 19 slot, 15 fish, 2 over? That was the proposed regulation for last month. Then there was a motion to table it, to come back to allow Jason's group to look at the basin management. And there was a substitute motion that offered the item in the middle, 13 to 20. And the substitute motion died for lack of second, and it got tabled till today's meeting. So I just wanted to make sure you understood how we got to where we are.
And what's the sunset on each of the things that are on the table right now?
4 years.
So the NOI would have us presenting the assessment by April of 2027, if I remember correctly. And then the regulations would revert January 1, 2028, if no changes are made.
All right.
At this time, I'd like to move for the call of a question. Which
Yeah.
would be the substitute motion to be
All
voted
right.
on.
We'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote on a substitute motion. Ms. Susan, do we need to go over that motion there to clarify it there, Cole?
I'll do it one more time. It's the second option you see on your screen, which is a 13-inch to 20-inch slot, 15 fish with 2 over the slot limit as a statewide regulation. Keep in mind that that keeps the sunset of April 2027 and also includes the elimination of the guide limit as well.
I think the sunset is 2028. The assessment's by 2027.
I'm sorry. We would present to you in April of 2027 and January of 2028, it would sunset. That is the substitute motion, which the question has been called.
Everybody understands?
Yes, yes.
Andy, you,
Okay, so if I vote yay, I'm voting to have a one size fits all for the
Right.
whole state, no zones. We're going to just do something for the entire state.
Correct.
Okay, I'm with you.
A yes vote would adopt the 13 to 20-inch slot, and no vote would revert it to the primary motion, which was Commissioner McPherson's motion for the zones.
Okay.
right. We ready? Historic moment. You go ahead.
Like,
First, it's the first name.
yeah, I know. And look, I'm sorry. I know everybody's looking at me going, what the heck are you gonna do? But look, I think this, to me, I have to, asking me, I'm thinking, keep it simple. And so I vote yes to substitute motion.
Gene Reynolds. Joe McPherson. Allison Sari,
Wait, why'd you go to me? You do it in alphabetical?
no,
No.
not on this form, no.
The last two votes are going to be the vice chair and chair.
Yeah.
No.
Kevin Segura,
Yes.
Brandon DeQueer.
Yes.
We have a majority of 4 in favor and 2 opposed. Motion carries.
Verdict's in. So we're gonna have it'll be a statewide 13-inch spec, 13-inch limit, 13-inch size limit, 15-inch, and a 20-inch.
No, sir, it's a 13-inch to 20-inch slot, 15 fish bag limit, 2 fish over the slot, elimination of the guide licenses. It's going to be a statewide regulation. Keep in mind, this is a amendment to the November NOI, which was sent back to us by oversight. We will have a mandatory meeting on it, in-person meeting on it in this room,
September 21st.
September 21st. And then after that, we will gather the comments, submit it to legislative oversight as part of the oversight
And
packet.
and explain to me if it goes to oversight and they refuse it, what happens?
If it gets sent back to us from oversight, it will be dead. We have to promulgate a rule within 1 year of the original NOI. And so we will be back to coming here and looking at an NOI process.
Patrick, wait.
I just want to clarify something. I do think that oversight, after the oversight decision, there's an opportunity for the governor to take some action.
As always, yes, the governor can overturn an
He
oversight.
can overturn the oversights. Okay. All right.
We won't have another opportunity to amend it, will we?
No, sir.
All right, Al.
No, this will eliminate the charter guide limit. So
All right. Well, that's when we have a commission up here. So, everybody wasn't, we got yays and nays. So we gotta, we're gonna live with what we have right now and see what the oversight committee has, for us. All right, next
Thank
on our agenda. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
Next, we have public comments. Or,
Good.
well, we have one more thing on here. I'm sorry, I'm missing it.
He's been
We
waiting
have
to
a
talk all day.
letter to consider NOAA requesting an update on conservation factors of certain seafood products. Patrick's gonna give us that.
Thank you. I have been waiting patiently. I don't exactly know what y'all were talking about for the last 4 hours, but now on to the most important topic of the day. This is simply a letter that you guys hopefully will approve and sign that will follow up some of our correspondence that we've made with NOAA requesting that they help us update some conversion factors for seafood products. Y'all might recall a quick discussion that Commissioner Sunseri and I had about oyster conversions and things like that a few meetings ago. And so that's what this letter is. After that meeting, I sent some correspondence to NOAA. And then this is just a follow-up letter from you all's also asking what the department asked as well. And that's to update these conversion factors. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Patrick. I know Al had told me about this, and I think it's important for the whole, species that we have in the state of Louisiana. That way we get clarification on what the true net weight is supposed to be. Because over the years, when, 50 years in the seafood business, I always was taught, your yield on raw shrimp was 52%. Well, today, with
the adjustments of chemicals and everything else, we can get as high as 75%. So oysters used to be 7 pounds to the gallon, and now we sell them for 4.5 pounds to the gallon. So and, you know, we need some type of clarification on it. And crab is the same way when they pick crab and, you know, if they add in the phosphates to it and all, and we kind of just damaging our own self, you know, with phosphates, you know, right there. So I'm sure NOAA has the results for it, and I hope they can get it to us in a timely manner. That way we can introduce it to, you know, to our industry leaders and all. And, you know, with that being said, you know, yesterday we were notified, you know, at the Shrimp Task Force, that the health department now has, when you go into a restaurant today and you ask for identification of the product, that, you know, they got to give it to you, whether it's, you know, product of Indonesia or product of USA or product of whatever. The health department, the legislature has given the health department, where it was just a slap on the wrist, you know, for that violation, now it's been made a critical violation at restaurants. And, you know, we'll be curious to see how that fits in the future, you know, right there. And I think it pertains to right now shrimp and crawfish, you know, but it should pertain to crab too, because we get a lot of, you know, crab products that's imported also, you know, in here. In oysters, I really don't know too much if we get import oysters and not into the country, but
Jason, you need a motion? I mean, Patrick, you need a motion? So moved on the consideration of the letter?
we got a motion on.
Second.
Second, okay. All in favor of sending a letter? Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Patrick. All right.
Thank you, Patrick. Sorry, didn't mean to
Keep
call
us
you
posted.
Jason. Sorry about that. Been used to looking at Jason for the last 3 hours.
Oh, Lord, all righty. Now we will go to public comment. And I think everybody in the public is gone now, so we got a motion by Al to adjourn, second by Joe, all in favor, aye.